Since I covered for you last night.
You did really good.
You're welcome.
But I'm gonna need some ice before you.
Leave my ice alone. It's my one guilty pleasure at night. Commissioner Tapley gonna do the pledge? Pledge. No, you didn't. Whatever. We can't get that lucky. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right. Are we ready? Yeah. I've had enough fun for one night. Okay. I call this meeting to order for, what is today? Tuesday. I think I said that last night. Tuesday, May 6, 2025. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Susan Payne,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharon McDonald,
Here.
Commissioner Crystal Guthrie,
Here.
Commissioner Stephen Burnett,
Here.
Commissioner Warren Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Josh Reardon,
Here.
Commissioner Mark Tapley.
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Rachel. I just realized, I think I said Tuesday last night, too. Oh, well. Everybody knew what I meant, right? Okay, we're going to start off with the invocation given by Commissioner Robinson and followed by the pledge led by Commissioner Tapley.
Would you join me in prayer? Eternal Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this hour. We thank you for this minute and for this breath. Lord, we give honor to those in this city who work so hard to make things go smoothly. We thank you for their time and their dedication. We thank you for them going the extra mile. The Lord, bless a sense of camaraderie to come over us. And that camaraderie should be so that we may work together to further the beauty of this city. If we work together, there's nothing that we can't do. Bless us to give our best effort, our best efforts, that this city may continue to grow and to prosper. We ask your presence here. We ask your presence at all times, that we may do the right thing for the right reason, so Alamogordo may prosper. This is what we pray in your Son's holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Please follow me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
A motion from Mayor Pro Tem McDonald. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Robinson. Can we put up the vote, please? Okay, motion passes 7-0. We're going to move into our work session. Item 1, presentation of the preliminary fiscal year 2026 budget. And Evelyn Huff has some information for us.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, welcome to the preliminary FY2026 budget presentation. You guys all have your binders, right? Your fancy green binders, because you'll definitely need those tonight. So this is lucky number 7 for me. So we're going to power through it. If you do notice, your reports look a little different than they have in the past. We went ahead and removed some of the narrative information so that we can go ahead and focus more on the numerical information. So we're going to really be focusing on the kind of aqua colored rows that have the totals of the different categories. But above those rows, you do have the detail of the lines that make up that category. So if there's any of those that we feel like we need to drill down further on, we can. But you do have the detail right in front of you. So go ahead and bring up my PowerPoint and we'll get started. I emailed it to you like 3 o'clock. So it's in your email. And I emailed it to Tim too, and Stephanie.
So the first item on there was city manager. intro, so I'll do the city manager intro while she pulls up
Okay,
the.
that's perfect.
While she pulls up the PowerPoint. So this year, we did things a little different, as you can tell, as far as we had departments come. So yesterday was kind of the who we are, what we do, who we serve. And so that is the foundation of what we are doing today. So these numbers are now hopefully put in some kind of context to what the departments are asking for. We were very heavy on plan. And so when we went into the city manager department meetings, we said the first question I asked is, what's your plan for 2026? And they gave me, I didn't care if it was 1, 2, or 3, 4, but their budget had to align to those plans, and we had to agree to what their plan for the future was. So that's what this represents. I think that's about it. We went a whole week and maybe a little more line by line, and so I think we have a budget that truly represents something that's going to affect our citizens and that we can be proud of. So, Evelyn?
Okay, thanks, Tess. So as you all are aware, that's Stephanie Hernandez, the acting city manager. I'm Evelyn Huff. I'm the finance director, and helping me tonight is Pedro Barajas. He is one of the staff accountants in the finance department. So our agenda, we just did our city manager introduction. We're going to talk about our budget adoption timeline. We're going to go over our budget overview of all funds combined. And then we're going to go over the overview of the individual budgets. And that's all I remember when it went away. And it's back. We're going to talk about gross receipts tax, and then we're going to talk a little bit about approved capital and positions. Approved positions are going to be worked into the presentation. You will notice in your binders some information, and we'll talk about that when we kind of get to the first step. Budget adoption timeline. As you all know, we had a meeting yesterday for department presentations. We're here tonight on May 6th. And then we are scheduled, we can do Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday if needed, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. Once we have gone through the workshop process, we will ask for you all to approve the preliminary budget at the regular city commission meeting on May 27th. That budget then has to be submitted to DFA no later than June 1st, same timeline as usual. At the end of the close of the fiscal year of FY25, we'll revise the budget, we'll put our actual cash balances in, we'll do the carryover, we'll do any other capital that we have approved at that point in time, and we will hopefully bring that to you guys at the regular meeting scheduled on July 22nd. But as you know, sometimes we don't get all of the stuff that we need by the 22nd, so it is possible we will request a special meeting later, maybe 25th, to go ahead and approve the cash balances and everything like that. No matter what, the final budget is due to DFA no later than July 31st, 2025. All right, budget overview. So let's talk about all of our funds combined. So with all of our funds combined, right now for FY25, we started the year with $94 million in cash. Revenues are projected at this point at 86.4. We're doing $38.5 million in transfers in and out. Our expenditures right now are at $126 million. That seems higher than normal, but part of that comes from we have still some of the federal COVID money that we're working through. We have the big year out project that we're working through. So we have some pretty large, we're doing more street capital, we're doing more utility capital. So our expenditures are higher than we've seen them in a while. All said, that leaves us with an ending fund balance of $54.5 million. And that's going to carry over into our beginning fund balance to the next year. You'll notice that there's a little bit of a difference there, and I want to explain that right off the bat. So we're not taking directly the $54.5 million to our beginning cash. Two reasons. One is the landfill. The landfill, we are projecting that they're going to have about $400,000 more in beginning cash than we're showing in ending cash because of the fire and everything they've had because of their staff positions. So we went ahead and projected their cash up a little bit more than just doing the flat, this is where it is at the end of the budget. We did the same thing with the general fund because one thing we have not done so far this year is we have not brought you all a reprojection revision for the gross receipts tax. And you're going to see that when we jump into the gross receipts tax that most of the lines were already over or very close to being over our projections. So we went ahead and added that in there versus coming back and kind of cutting ourselves short, knowing that we were going to bring you a revision at the end of May for that. So that's why it doesn't, usually it's very straight across, and so there's a little bit of difference there right now. Revenues, we're projecting $69.9 million in revenues for next year. Transfers in and out is at 23.4. Our expenditures, again, look much less than they did for the current year. We're at 64.9. A lot of that money that is in FY25 is going to carry over for the capital projects that aren't completed. We have a lot of state projects that aren't completed that are going to carry over. We will have some of the federal money still going to carry over. So that number is definitely going to go up when we present the final budget to you in July. That leaves our estimated ending fund balance at $61.2 million. That's spread over all of our funds, and so we'll see that distribution when we start looking at the recaps. Reserves, our reserves are at 8.4. You'll notice that that's a little bit higher than what we've been carrying before. The reason that that's higher is we are carrying more debt, especially in our utilities fund, so we do have to make sure that we have the correct coverage there in the debt. It's leaving our adjusted estimated ending fund balance at $52.7 million. Like I said, that seems like a lot of money, but as we talk through the different funds, we're going to see the funds that have a good fund balance. We're going to see the funds that are a little bit closer to the bone. Any questions on kind of the overall perspective? Okay. Revenue assumptions. We kept our revenue assumptions very similar to what we have been doing for the last several years. Again, with the gross receipts tax, we did a 3-year average with no increase assumed. We do have a gross receipts tax review towards the end of this presentation, kind of give you guys a 5-year look at it, give you a look at the cannabis, everything like that. Property tax, DFA provides us with a formula. The county is reporting a 97.75 collection rate, so that is what we're using for our estimation. Franchise fees, we did not project any growth in the franchise fees. In fact, in the telephone franchise fee, we actually projected some retraction. That one is continuing to retract every year as less people have landlines. So that one is actually coming back a little bit. Charges for services, these were projected by the departments based on their usage, based on their clientele. Investment income, our investment income right now looks really good. Things have, obviously, interest rates have been higher. We've been carrying kind of larger balances in our investments, and that's helped our interest income. And of course, grants are varied depending on what the grant agreement says, where we're at in the lifetime of it. So of course, those will carry over based on the agreements, or if we do have one that's expiring, we won't carry it over. So here's a breakdown of our revenues for FY25 projected and going into FY26 proposed. As always, our major driver is taxes, gross receipts taxes, and property taxes. And also then our next major driver is the state share taxes that we receive from the gross receipts tax from the state. Also, user fees, as you can see, we're projecting an increase in user fees. That's a combination of everything from the water rates to the rec center to the zoo. Anybody who charges any sort of fee for using their facility or their services is in user fees. Fines, we'll talk a little bit more about this as we get closer to municipal court, but municipal court has seen an uptick in their revenue, and so we are actually projecting an increase in fines for probably the first time in quite a while. So we are interested to see that. Miscellaneous revenue, this is just, I mean, there's so many different things that go into miscellaneous revenue, but again, this is projected by the departments. Bond and loan proceeds, you will see for FY25, this is only budgeted at $400,000. There's a couple different reasons for that. One, the utility loan that we just recently took out, the $28 million, is not yet on the books for FY25. That will come to you guys in the May revision. So we didn't want to include that here because y'all haven't approved the budget revision for it yet, but you have approved the loan documents. It's signed, it's closed. We're just finishing up where we're going to put the expenditures for it. The other one that we've talked a lot about is the year-out loan that we took out to do the energy efficiency contract. That actually shows up as a grant. So that is currently in the grant projections and not in the loan projections. Again, moving down to grants, a lot of those will carry over. There's a lot of state money sitting there right now. And as we talked about, we're seeing an increase in our investment income. So overall, we're projecting a decrease of $16.4 million in revenue, but a good majority of that is in categories where it's going to carry over. I think the big focus is looking up there in the taxes, where we are expecting a decrease in our gross receipts tax. But part of that is just because we've had a really good gross receipts tax year, and our 3-year average doesn't show that that's going to continue year over year. So this was our FY25 proposed revenue. I left this slide in there just because I wanted to show you guys that our revenue is really not changing dynamically. So this is where we were in FY25, and then I bring up the FY26 pie chart, and it's very similar. It's still taxes, it's still state share taxes, and it's still user fees. So we're not identifying any particularly new large areas of revenue. Everything is staying pretty much the same. Major revenues by the year. You can see this has our 2023 actuals, our 2024, our 2025 revised budget, and our current proposed 2026. So as you can see, taxes have been moving around a little bit. What we're proposing, our state share gross receipts tax is staying very, very flat, and our user fees, the big jump from the green bar to the blue bar has to do, of course, with the water rate increase, and then the user fee jump from the blue bar to the red bar is going to be less dramatic. Any questions on revenues as a whole? Obviously, we'll have an opportunity to talk revenues specifically in the department, but talk about them as a whole.
Does the numbers reflect the rate increase for July of this year?
They do, yes.
So what if we don't approve it?
You did approve it. You approved a 5-year plan when you approved the resolution, and that's what we submitted to NMFA for the loan.
So if we change our mind on that,
If you change your mind, we'll revise the budget and we'll report it to NMFA.
so they do include this one coming up in July?
Correct, they do.
And that's what, another 25%?
It is another 35% on the water, yes.
Thought it was 35 and then 30 and then 25, 25.
It's 35, 35, 25, 25. Okay, expenditures. So, as usual, our largest expenditure is our salary and benefits. We are showing a little bit of a decrease there. We did approve some new positions. The reason it's showing decrease is I budgeted the health benefits a little bit different. In the past, we have always budgeted the health benefits at full coverage. So we're assuming that a vacant position would come in and take full coverage. I don't feel like that's an accurate assumption anymore, and it's caused us to have really large outstanding balances in our health insurance lines, especially for departments that experience a large number of vacancies. So what we did this year is we tailored that back for the health insurance. So if you have a vacant position, we did not budget the health insurance at a full-blown, you're going to take the full family at the highest rate. We were more conservative with that. So that's why there is a decrease, even though we did approve a couple new positions. The other big change to kind of note there is a change in services. A lot of the change in services has to do with some of the designs that we had, some of the larger projects that we had approved in FY25 that are sitting on the services line that most likely will carry over into FY26 if they're not completed, but it does show a rather large decrease in the service side. And then, of course, the decrease in the capital outlay is is due to the fact that we did not issue a lot of capital for FY26, which we'll talk about later in the presentation. And of course, any projects that aren't completed by June 30th will carry over. They'll be brought to you as part of the final budget. So it does give us a decrease in expenditures of 61.7 million. But again, a lot of those, especially the ones that are in the capital side, are going to carry over. So again, just to show that we're kind of in the same place that we always are, this is the FY25 proposed budget in a pie chart. If we move to the FY26 in a pie chart, it looks very similar. Salaries and benefits are the same. Services come in, and then everything else a little bit smaller. You'll notice, obviously, capital outlay takes up a little bit bigger chunk from FY25, but it moves to kind of a smaller chunk in FY26. Operating expenditures by category, you can see in between the 2023 actuals to the 2026 preliminary budget, I should say that instead of finance budget, you can see that we did have an increase, salaries and benefits. Our debt has increased. We've taken on quite a bit of new debt within the last couple of years. And then, again, we had that very large service number that's coming back down closer to where we have been. Everything else has pretty much stayed the same, other than a couple of increases that we did have. There were some things we increased pretty heavily last year as part of the budget process. This year, some of those we took back down. You'll notice supplies kind of came down. It was a little bit different technique than we did in the budget last year. We were extremely diligent with the departments this year in making them go through, look at what they were spending this year, and look at what they could spend next year. Okay, transfers in. As we talked about yesterday in the Budget 101, there's several funds that cannot afford to operate on their own with the revenues that they bring in, so they receive transfers in from several different funds. Obviously, Fund 12, that's our internal service. Those are things, fleet, facility maintenance, HR, purchasing, IT, things that do not generate any revenue on their own because they're services that are used internally by the city staff. Fund 15 is corrections. 16 and 20, that's our promotions and our civic center. So they go kind of hand in hand. Fund 27 is municipal court. Their subsidy has kind of fluctuated over the last couple years, but they, with their increased fine revenue, it kind of went up a little bit. Always Fund 32, my favorite, it's community services. This is a park, this is a rec center, this is a library, cemetery, zoo. You know, they do generate some revenue, but it's not anything close to what it takes to operate quality of life options. Fund 44 is street maintenance. This is funded from Fund 42, which is a gross receipts tax fund specifically passed to use for street maintenance. Fund 59 is debt service. Fund 63 is engineering. This one has a substantially larger transfer in than it has over the last couple of years. Because it has many more staff members than it had, we moved safety from the HR department into engineering to give a more full, well-rounded safety program. Same thing, there is now a civil engineer position budgeted. There is additional project managers, additional inspectors. So while this fund grew, it also pulled a lot of those positions from other funds as well. Fund 71 is the senior center. What we try and do with the senior center, as we'll talk about a little bit later, is we locally fund the salaries and benefits for most of the programs so that we can use the money we get from the state and the federal government to cover the food and to cover the program supplies and everything like that. So we try and make sure our transfer just covers the building maintenance and the salaries and benefits and really try and focus the state money on those programs. Fund 75 is the senior volunteer. Again, it's one of the senior center programs, and we try and just fund the salaries and benefits and let the state money fund all their programs. 82 is the debt fund. 90 is the golf course. Their subsidy is showing a little bit less this year than it did last year. Partially that's because we know the irrigation project is going on and we know that there's going to be a little bit of revenue decline due to that. It's just going to happen. There's going to be closures. So that backed off how much then we have to put in the expense for the Golf Pro. So that made their subsidy a little bit smaller. And then Fund 91, which is the airport, which again, just doesn't come close to funding itself. So we go ahead and subsidize that from the general fund. Any questions on expenditures and transfers in on the high level? All right. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the general fund and talking about the revenues, expenditures within the general fund. That covers a lot of departments in the city, all the way from the legislative, which is the commissioner's budget, to the city manager, city clerk, finance. We cover a lot of different things. We also cover all of PD, all of the fire department, and we'll talk about where we're kind of at with dispatch in the budget. But it also covers code enforcement, planning, and zoning. So a lot of departments in the general fund, and then also, like we just talked about with the transfers, a lot of departments that are funded by the general fund. So this is our recap of where we are. So we began FY24, which is the top recap, with $16 million. Our estimated revenues, 28.3 at this point. Our transfers in, as you can see, 2.1, this is mostly from project funds to be able to cover projects that are being paid out of the general fund. Obviously, the transfers out are huge, 13.7 million to cover the subsidies. And budget expenditures are at 25.4. That left us with an estimated ending cash of 7.4 and a required reserve of 2.5 million. The required reserve in this case, this is the 1/12 that DFA requires. That they calculate. So this also includes 1/12 of all of the subsidies that we pay out of the general fund. So that is a local requirement. That's not something that's enforced by the state. It's something that's enforced by our reserve policy here. So that left us with $4.8 million in the adjusted cash. So as you can see going down, this is where I was talking about that I made an adjustment to the cash balance. We're projecting a cash balance, beginning cash balance in FY26 of 8.6 million. So my adjustment was about 1.2, and I'll show you that when we get to the revenues. We'll talk about the adjustment that we made there due to our gross receipts tax. Estimated revenues, 25.4. Transfers out, 12.9. Some of the transfers in will carry over for some of the projects. Budgeted expenditures, 17.5. Leaving us with 3.6 million. The reserves, we left very flat at this point. There will be some movement on that when we finalize some of the subsidy stuff. So we're looking at the end having about $1 million of unbudgeted fund balance in the general fund. So if you guys want to look at your binders, your very first page in your binder is your general fund revenues. So this is where we were talking about the gross receipts tax and the changes. If you look at your 2025 actuals column, which is the 6th column, you'll see that we're already over our projected budget, or we're close to being over our projected budget in a couple of the gross receipts tax. The one that is over significantly, that's because that allocation needs to be broken over those two lines instead of just sitting on that one line. So that's a journal entry thing that we need to fix. But as you can see, like our compensating gross receipts tax is already at 427,000, and we thought that it would be at 373. So we have an adjustment there. And the same thing, we're only $500,000 away on our 0.5%, which we get about 1.5 million from that one a month. So we have some leeway there. So as you can see, our change is we projected up our gross receipts tax at 373,000 is what we're thinking the increase is going to be. It's not a huge amount, but again, that's with taking the 3-year average, being very conservative, and making sure that we're not over projecting our revenue on that. Going down to the next total row, we've got our fees. We have a very modest increase in our fees. This is franchise fees. We're not expecting to see a large increase on any of those. And like I said, we are expecting to see kind of a retraction on the phone service one. The state share gross receipts tax, which is the next set down, we're projecting a $235,000 increase. Very minimal, just making sure that we're not expecting any sort of crazy growth. The user fees, these are very minimal, very small amount of money, and we just have a small change in that. Same thing with our miscellaneous revenue in the general fund. As you can see, these are just really kind of small, inconsequential numbers that vary from year to year. I think one of the biggest ones to point out is the miscellaneous revenue insurance. So that one is one of the ones that is completely not controlled by us. It only completely depends on if we get any insurance payments. And also the other one that I want to point out is the reimbursements. That's a very similar thing. We don't have a lot of control over that. So we're very careful. As you'll notice, we don't have anything budgeted in those for FY26 because we just want to be very careful about trying to project events that aren't going to happen. Going down to our total grants, very same. The stuff that is in the FY25 budget has to do with the money that we borrowed for the energy efficiency year-out contract. We actually haven't taken any drawdowns on that yet, but we will be here shortly. Whatever we haven't drawn down by June 30th, that revenue will roll over into FY26. Investment income is definitely one of the places on this page where we see a large increase, and that's just due to what we've been seeing in the investment market. We have most of our funds with Morton Investments. We have an excellent advisor, Larry Lundberg, who gives us great advice, keeps us on the level, and makes sure that we're not only being very safe and very conscientious with our investments, but that we're also getting the best return that we can. So we've really stayed away from low-paying long-term CDs and gotten into more short-term so that we can be a little bit more liquid when there's bonds and other things that are available for us to move forward with. So all in all, actually, let's talk about fines. So as you can see, for the municipal court, they are budgeting a $100,000 increase in their court fines. And there's twofold reason for that. One, they're seeing an increase in charges and charging the fines. But the other is we did a very large fine increase just recently. Y'all passed a new ordinance. You looked at some different things, some different fees. And so that's really reflected in their revenue for the upcoming year. So that's why you're seeing a very large increase there, which helps offset the subsidy that they get. They're still getting subsidized. They're still not making enough funding to cover all of their expenses, but it has increased substantially. Any questions on the general fund revenue? Okay. If we turn to the next page, we've got the general fund transfers in and out. As we talked about, we're not budgeting any transfers, but we will have, especially the transfer from Fund 49 and the transfer from Fund 69, most likely pieces of those will carry over into FY26. Fund 49 is funding a portion of the year-out contract, and then Fund 69 is funding some of the projects at the police and fire departments. Then in the transfers out, you can see the breakdown of the different funds that those transfers are going to. The general fund funds a large amount of the internal services. So as you can see, the transfer to Fund 12 is $3.3 million. It's a large one. The next one, of course, is the transfer out to community services at $2.5 million. It's actually a decrease from what you can see we had in 2025. Partially that's because of capital projects, but there is some cost savings there in some of the services. And then the rest of the transfers, like we talked about, senior center, RSVP, actually not RSVP, SVP now, the golf course, and the airport. And so you can see kind of the different changes in what they're going with. Any questions on transfers in and out? And if I'm going too fast, let me know. Okay, next page is legislative. This is your guys' budget. So this is your salaries and benefits, your salaries as commissioners, and anybody who's taking benefits, the projections for para, everything like that. Other than that, we did not make any substantial changes in your budget, other than if you'll look down at the final total there, the total other, you'll notice that there was an increase in the travel. Rachel had felt that during the year she had seen an increase in the desire to travel to different things like Otero Days, some of the stuff up in Santa Fe. And so we had to kind of do some shifting around this year. And so to make sure we didn't have to do that next year, we went ahead and increased that about $3,000 so that she didn't have to try and do budget adjustments throughout the year if you all wanted to travel and do different things. So overall, your budget saw an increase of $3,272. So nothing earth-shattering. Any questions on that? Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the next page because you're going to see these in all the different departments. I want to highlight some things. So the next page is a list of all of the positions that are approved for whatever department that we're on. So in this case, this is the legislative department, so it's got the mayor at large and the commissioners. Shows you what account they're going to, whether they're going to a supervisory account or an operational account, and then how they count as a full-time. The majority of our employees count as full-time because of we don't have a ton of part-timers, but when we get into like the rec center, that's when you're going to see some partial ones. The other thing I want to say here is if we do come across one that has a position that is highlighted, that means it's a new position. So we'll of course talk about that a little bit, but obviously right now we don't have any new commissioner positions. Okay, so we'll move to the next page. The next page is the general fund city manager. So this is where we fund the city manager's office out of, the city manager, the assistant city manager, and their executive assistant. So the projections for the city manager position, of course, projecting it as vacant, making the adjustments towards whether that position is going to take insurance or not take insurance, and then same thing with the deferred comp. You'll see the deferred comp number was the only number that went down. That went down because Rick had a pretty substantial deferred comp. And so we're not expecting the new person to have that much of a substantial one, but if so, we'll adjust accordingly. And then the only other changes we made to this budget is we did increase office supplies $350. We offset that with a decrease in memberships and dues of $350. So really the net change in this particular budget was $29,557, and that was all in the salary and benefit projections for the most part. They have a very small, very, very basic budget. Any questions? Okay. Next page just details those three positions we were talking about: assistant city manager, and executive assistant to the city manager. They're in alphabetical order, so they're not in order in terms of organizational chart. And as you can see, the city manager and the assistant city manager are in the supervisory account versus the executive assistant is the only person that's in the operational. Okay. Moving on, your next page is going to be the general fund legal. Legal does actually have some revenue tied to it. It's the release of liens. Not a huge amount of money. So far this year, we've had $300. So that's what we projected for next year, was also $300 to try and to keep it about similar. I will say these projections were done based on the salary and benefits of Ashley. So there will need to be an adjustment depending on what the new attorney's salaries and benefits come in. I did want to highlight on this particular slide and the next one, we are not budgeting an assistant city attorney at this point. So last year in our initial budget, we had budgeted an assistant city attorney. We ended up doing an adjustment to move that money into contract services. So that is how it's set up this year as well. And so we also had quite a few changes. They had some personnel changes in that department this year. So there is vacant positions that are budgeted on here for the legal secretary, or legal assistant is what she's called. And so that's why you're seeing some decreases in everything there, because we're going from a filled position to a non-filled position. Then we also had a new employee in there. So a lot of changes in salaries and benefits. Smaller changes in the supplies and utilities, but I did want to highlight the change in the contract services. So we did increase this substantially. And we increased this substantially for a couple reasons. We continue to see the need to go out and hire very specifically credentialed attorneys and get those outside legal opinions. And so we wanted to make sure that we had enough money in this fund to be able to do those. So we also consolidated down. We had a lot of money in legal services, and we also had money in contract services, and everybody was a little confused as to what line was supposed to be used for what. So we left a very specific amount of $12,000 in the legal services, and we tried to consolidate everything down into the contract services. Minimal changes, just some decreases in the fees to make sure that we're correct on our software support, correct on our memberships and dues. And we also decreased the travel because it's just a lot of that stuff is online now, so the travel is less and less. So that does mean the total change in the expenses for the legal department is an increase of $181,000, and all of that is in contract services. Any questions?
Plan on using that many outside attorneys to bump it that high?
I hope not, but we definitely felt like we needed to give ourselves the ability to do it if we needed to. Especially, we still have pending litigation on the parks matter. We still have pending litigation on several different matters, so we wanted to make sure we were covered. Okay. Next page is what we talked about again. We have the staff for the legal department, city attorney, legal assistant, and paralegal. So at this point, we don't have any other positions planned for that. All right, general fund city clerk. So this is the first one that we're going to have where we're going to talk about a change in positions. So Rachel's department is seeing a significant change in positions, as you can tell by the increase in the operational salaries. So her change is the IPRA records clerk from the police department is being moved over to where they will now report to the city clerk as part of a newly formed IPRA division. And so that position, the budget for it was transferred over into the city clerk. And then also they were approved to have a new position of an IPRA specialist. So the APD IPRA records clerk will now also be called the IPRA specialist, and they'll have one new IPRA specialist. So those positions are currently budgeted in the salaries and benefits for the city clerk. So that will consolidate the IPRAs all under one central authority and continue to allow us to fill the extreme amount of IPRA requests that are starting to happen and continue to happen. For the rest of Rachel's budget, she didn't have a lot of changes. We did increase her contract services a little bit to allow her to be able to leverage some other resources for IPRAs, and then everything else are very small. She also had an increase in her travel, and this is going to allow her to get more training for her new IPRA position. So overall, her budget change was $109,448. So one reclassified position and one new position.
Why did the travel go up?
Travel went up specifically, so we roll training and travel into that one line, and it specifically went up to be able to train the new IPRA person and to be able to continue Rachel and Dylan's training to be authorities on that. A lot of their training is online. It's not so much actual travel.
Actually, one other quick question. I
Sure.
don't know if you're on that line yet or not, but are we really being hit? I noticed when I was looking through this with the fleet insurance, with 115, they're all between 70 and 115% increase.
So part of that was they weren't budgeted correctly last year. So we have two different pieces of fleet insurance. We have the fleet insurance that we pay to the New Mexico Self-Insurers Fund. But then we also have internal collision insurance that we have the departments pay so we can fund the self-insured fund. Last year, the internal collision insurance wasn't budgeted. It was only budgeted for what we paid the self-insurers fund. So this year we went back, we redid the spreadsheet, we looked at the what we paid the New Mexico Self-Insurers Fund, added the allocation per vehicle to fund the self-paid claims, and then corrected it for this year.
So that, I mean, through all the departments, that's. what
Through all
that
the
is.
departments, you're going to see that. Mhm. Any additional questions on the city clerk? Okay. So as you can see, when we're looking at that city clerk page, we can see the change in the IPRA specialists show up there, so she will now be a department of 6.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Is there more and more requests for public information?
Yeah, it's constant.
All the time?
Absolutely constant. And as I'm sure both Rachel and Cooney can tell you, the requests of the police department and the police records and the lapel cam video, like Chief Kunihiro was talking about yesterday, and having to go in and redact them and the faces and everything, it's a lot. And that's not just on the PD side. The request for public records is increasing for everybody's department.
How much of an increase, like compared to 5 years ago?
We can ask Rachel and Chief.
I believe that was about 200% in the last 4 years.
200% in the last 4 years, but like, put that in numbers, I mean, how many actual requests per year?
For my department, in the last year, it was close to 300
300 for the whole year?
for the year, yes, and that was last fiscal year. We do have, I want to say maybe half are from actual law firms, attorneys, wanting records. We do have very few that are commercial. Unfortunately, the IMPRA law or bill did not pass this year, but we're going to try again. That way, that helps cut that commercial request for public records down. Let's see. We have a lot of records requests for items that P&Z it would normally go to them, but a lot of the times we're referred to construction industries, which we then have to forward that request to them.
So 300 through the actual clerk's office, and then, but that doesn't count DPS, correct?
That doesn't count the police department, no.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just kind of trying to get a visual of the workload.
And I do want to add, while the chief is looking, that we do have a lot of requests for public records that ask for emails. And so those emails, when we have to search through them, we have to ask bits, to extract those emails. We then have to search through these emails. I can tell you 2 years ago was the longest request for public records I have ever done. It took 9 months of going through emails. After about 5 months, I had to pull in my deputy clerk and say, okay, you take this section and I'll continue with this until we complete this request for public records. Unfortunately, at the end and after having, I think I had about 7 discs for them to pick up, They picked up only 2 because we were piecemealing it, saying, we have one ready, we have one ready. They didn't pick up the last 5. And at the end, I asked about a month later, I still have your DVDs ready. They said, oh, we don't need them anymore. And unfortunately, that happens often.
Should I just shout?
You can just shout. We can all hear you.
I don't have the 23 to 24 numbers, but I do have something related to 24. We average about 62 requests a month. Those include incident reports, CAD calls, lapel cams, and 911 calls. So
You're looking about
remember
720, 800 requests a year.
these numbers below, I've got 492, but the total videos, the numbers that are thrown here are over 1,200 because every request, one request might have 5 officers on the call and we'll have 3 or 4 hours of recording for each officer. So it just, the time that it takes to redact and go through everything can be very brutal.
So like, for instance, we got one just yesterday. Give me all emails for a certain employee since the time they were employed. So we have to pull every email.
Hopefully it's not Ronnie, because she's been.
Right.
Right.
And so we have to go through all of those. And so, like the video cams, as Chief said, they could be on a call for 15 minutes, 2 officers, or they could be on a call for, 3 hours, 8 officers. And they have to go through each one of those calls. So even though, like he said, one request can take hundreds of hours to fulfill. And so we also came across an instance where we were almost liable for one for not fulfilling a request. I believe that one was dropped, or something happened to that one.
That one is still pending. We're still in negotiations to figure out how much of a fine we may have to pay.
Not that we're comparable size to Crucis at all, but talking to Chief Story, they have 9 full-time HIPAA clerks, and they can't keep up with their requests.
It's the police's fault.
And I think that goes the same for Albuquerque. They have an entire division, which I went to go visit their city clerk, and they have about 20 people working, and they are backlogged by like a year.
How did we do it before?
I'm sorry?
I said, how did we keep up with it before?
So before, when all the records requests were done through my office, there wasn't it was like an explosion of records requests, especially when it came to the lapels. This is when it kind of exploded. And then also you put in all the attorneys that are putting in records requests, because before, the records we were seeing were mainly like documents from commission meetings, maybe planning and zoning documents. There were police records that were being requested, but lapels were very few. And it seems like after 2019, the number just kept growing, and it's going to keep growing.
And we're also adding more with our, as we move towards a real-time crime center, we're adding more video, introducing more
So,
evidence, more evidence.
so all of the real-time video will essentially be subject to IPRA?
If we use it, if we download it.
Well, now he has to have a microphone.
Just when we pull it from, so there'll be like an automatic purge depending on what the retention is. But if we use it for evidentiary purposes, then it'll become our record. We'll download it, and that becomes evidence in each case.
Say a constituent got into an accident in one of our intersections that's monitored, and they came in and requested the footage from that camera, is that
If we
obtainable?
save it as our evidence for that crash and utilize it in our investigation, then it becomes our record, and then it's subject to IPRA.
But if it's stored still on the server of the company that is administering the camera, then no, it's not IPRable. There's kind of a
Even though
fine
it's
line,
taxpayer money paid for the camera system.
even though
to
taxpayer
record it.
money paid for it because we are not in possession of the record.
So if you went and said, I want all footage on the corner of First and White Sands Boulevard for between the hours of 1 and 2, if there was no accident and we didn't get it, we didn't download it to our, then it's not our record.
It still belongs to the company that we're paying.
I'd be interested to see when that all goes to court, when that happens, you know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sure
But
there will be a court
you-
decision on it at
because-
some point. There's always a court decision on
That was
everything.
always the question with some of the cameras that were for sensors was, hey, did that catch that accident? So, okay. Thank you.
Okay, under general fund finance. So you'll notice there is an increase in salaries operational. This is not because of a new position. This is, we reclassified a position that was living under accounts payable in the internal service. We classified that over here to the finance department in case we decided to utilize that position, possibly in the future for an additional grant coordinator. I currently don't have a grant coordinator, so we're looking to hire that position, but ideally it would be fantastic if we could have 2 grant coordinators because it's a lot of work. So that is where you're seeing the increase, not a new position, but one that was reclassified. The other changes in this budget, we increased the amount that's in the audit. This is based on our multi-year audit RFP that we went out for. It increases every year, so we needed to go ahead and bump that up. And then we did increase our postage a small amount. We increased our travel because I do have mostly new employees at this point in time. I had several retirements and some people move on. So we are requiring some additional training for Pedro and Alyssa, my new payroll person, and hopefully a new grant coordinator soon. So overall, the budget increased $91,357, the majority of that being in the reclassification of a position. Nothing earth-shattering. Moving on, as you can see on the position list there, that's the accounts payable specialist is the one that I'm speaking about. And then moving on to non-departmental. So these are the expenditures. The majority of them have to do with running City Hall because those are not tied to one particular department. It's a non-departmental thing, but there are some other specific non-departmental items that are in here. We did have a decrease, as you can see, to buildings and structures. A lot of that had to do with money that we had to put in this year. We needed to work on the chamber building. This year, we also needed to do a little bit of work on the fun center. So we had some additional budget in there that we didn't feel that we were going to need for next year. We also saw an increase in electricity and water and sewer. Part of that was we were not 100% sure how long we were going to continue paying the utility bills at the fund center. So we did build in a little bit for that for FY26. We will most likely be able to revise that out because now we are under contract for the fund center, so that's important. We did some changes to our copier lease charges and our contract services decreased, but our contract services decreased because of some carryovers that were in there from FY25. So the contracts that live in non-departmental, this is where the Main Street contract lives, this is where the Arms contract lives, there's a part of the chamber contract that is also here. So that is what is accounted for here. And then we also provide some additional funds there for possible requests from the city manager or the assistant city manager to hire contractors. That is not something that's specific to a department, but might be specific to the city as a whole. So that's what is living in contract services for non-departmental. You can see we do expect an increase in our general liability insurance. That's built in here, but we are seeing projected decreases in our errors and omissions and our property insurance. Part of the decrease in the property insurance is an adjustment to get several of the buildings in the right places. We struggled with that here recently, trying to get things where they belonged. So we think we've got that finally figured out. Our GRT admin fee, this is the fee that New Mexico Taxation and Revenue takes for collecting the gross receipts tax and paying it back to us. This fee will eventually go away, but we still have another year and a half that we will be paying it.
How much is it? Is it 4% or is it 6, something like that?
It's 3%.
3?
3%. And then it slowly goes away. It doesn't go away all at once.
Didn't it used to be
it
like
slowly
4 or
goes.
6%?
Yeah, and so it's been forgiving, so. But it will go away eventually, unless somebody changes that.
I better not make that comment.
Right. And then we do have a change, so contingencies, this is the line that's available to the city management to be able to deal with unexpected things. So we have been setting that number at 250,000 pretty much every year for the last 7 years. And then as you can see, we don't have any capital in this. We have some capital that's in there for FY25. The building improvements has to do with the year-out contract. And then our Tyler project that is still ongoing is what you see in computer hardware and computer software. We should, by the end of FY26, be fully operational on all of the Tyler suites that we're implementing. Utility billing is the next one to go live. They will go live on June 30th. And then we hopefully will have EP&L and EAM shortly after that. And then no more software for a little while.
Thank goodness.
I can't take you more software.
I don't blame you. I don't know how you've done it.
One of my first meetings,
Except for
did you talk
dispatch.
about replacing LED lighting to save energy costs?
Yes, so
That's
that
a
is
year
that is
out.
what the year out contract is doing. And actually, the year out, they're actually going to start in this room probably tomorrow, or if not tomorrow, Thursday.
Okay.
So they have done all of the other buildings that are on their diagram, and then they'll be moving into City Hall to finish that out, along with wireless thermostats, solar. They're doing building envelopes, transformers. It's a huge project with a lot of different moving pieces that should be done, we're thinking about towards the end of August.
What is honesty blanket insurance?
It is something actually that we pay for the commission.
Bottom.
Wouldn't that fall under public official?
That's another one we pay too.
What is it?
It's something we're required to have to be able to have the public official insurance. I can't tell you what it would do. I've never had to make a claim against our honesty blanket before, but they go hand in hand.
Which one's that? The honesty
The
blanket?
honesty blanket
Yeah, I
and the
was looking
public
at that
official,
too.
you have to have both of them to be able to have.
And you don't know what it does?
I've never seen a claim against it.
Did y'all find out? See what it
Yeah,
is?
yeah. Make a
See,
note
there-
of,
you know how it
make a
is
note,
with-
Pedro.
You know how it is with insurance. There's lots of little things that
Mm-hmm.
they make you pay and you don't necessarily really need them.
Yeah, we had one, they were really pushing us hard not too long ago for some, like, ADA cyber compliance one. And I was like, well, is it mandatory? And they're like, well, no, you can have it because then if somebody, and I was like, okay, this is like one of those, it could happen if all these 5 things. And it
If
was
the
like,
stars align?
yeah,
you-
no,
yeah.
at this point in time, that's not something we're
So who do
interested in.
we, that honesty blanket, because it did stick out to me. Who does that go to? Who do we, that's not part of the,
New Mexico self-insurance.
is it
fund,
part
yeah.
of, the?
It goes to their underwriter.
I would be curious.
We can definitely, get more
I know
information on
it's
it.
not that much, I'm just curious because that's,
$2,200 a year. It can't be anything major.
I know,
No.
but it's lame and I
Yeah.
want to know why we have to pay
Sure,
it.
of course, absolutely. Any other questions on non-departmental?
I got a question on the contingencies. What do we typically spend $250,000 on in contingency?
So we don't usually spend 250,000.
That's just what we budget.
That's what we budget. Way back in the day, the 250,000, that was the transfer in from Fund 49. So that was what it was kind of the offset. We don't offset it anymore with that transfer. We don't need to. It's about 100,000 different things every year. This last year and a half, it's been the fund center.
Comes out of the city
A
manager's
lot of
contingency.
a lot of the things that popped up, the landscaping, the things that needed to be done, so that we can get that done. We have used it for emergency equipment purchases. We've used it for emergency contract services.
So it's pretty
There's-
broad.
It is very broad, yes.
So I have an email. The honesty blanket covers any losses caused by dishonest acts, theft, embezzlement, or fraud committed by an elected official.
So there you go.
Okay.
You guys, that is worth $2,200.
Why wouldn't
I
that
remember I
all be
asked
grouped
that.
together into the public official insurance?
Like I said, all I know is you got to have one to have the other. Because I agree, I think the official insurance has a very similar
Same thing.
definition to it.
So what is the public official insurance? Whoever your little,
I didn't ask that one. I asked the honesty one. I don't know.
now you have to ask about that.
Find out what that one is.
Inquiring minds
We
want to
can find out
know.
about that one too. Any other questions on non-departmental?
But thank you for getting that answer, by the way. I was a little curious.
Okay. Next page, general fund bench warrants. So this is one of our smaller ones. These are the fines that are collected for bench warrants through municipal court. These are very specifically, can only be used for expenses that relate to enforcing bench warrants. So we collect the money, and so as you can see, the majority of what we put in the budget is for overtime, because that is the majority of the expense for collecting on bench warrants. We have put some money in there for equipment the last couple of years, but we really haven't found any equipment that we felt was a good match for using to collect against bench warrants. So, pretty small, pretty restricted, not a lot of leeway there. Any questions on that? Okay. Our next budget is the code enforcement. So as you can see, code enforcement does have some revenue attached to it. And this is one of those that is a little bit of a misnomer. So we are modified accrual, which means that when something happens and we issue an invoice, we send that invoice out, that invoice amount is automatically recorded as revenue on our revenue line. So as you can see in FY24, under miscellaneous revenue abatement, $316,874. That was the burned out Holiday Inn. We sent them a bill for the abatement that we've done there. That doesn't mean that we actually got the cash, because as kind of a weird little part of modified accrual, the revenue is shown as soon as the invoice is sent. It's not shown when the money is received.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons that we do not budget any money in that account, is because we don't want to overstate the revenues any more than they get overstated when we issue those invoices. And I had to break poor Josh Side's heart when he was like, but I made $316,000. They're not going to send us a check. So we're not going to increase your budget based on something that we know they're not going to pay. So that's just a little bit of everything about the revenue and why we don't have anything budgeted for FY26. They did not have any changes in positions in terms of getting new positions or losing positions. So most of their salary and benefit changes just had to do with projections. They had some small decreases in supplies based on their usage over the last couple of years. The only increase, we did increase their cell phone budget to account for the fact that they're fully staffed and that all of their officers now have full cell phones. So we did increase that. And then we, as you can see, decreased the majority of their service lines to kind of align closer to what they're doing, with an increase in the advertising. You're going to see, this is the first one we've come across, but I want to point it out. You'll notice that the janitorial services line decreased. We are not happy with our current janitorial service, and this is like the third one that we're not happy with. And so we are,
I know, I'm like, she's being very quiet.
so we are doing some different things for that. And code enforcement is one of those departments that is looking at a different realm. I have nothing if not impeccable timing. So,
You know there's a speaker out there too.
I
right?
know.
Awkward. Anyway.
Making friends every day. So as you can see in structure demo, we have the $300,000 that we have been putting over for the last couple of years. We are working with the county to use an RFP that they put out earlier this year for structure demo. And that will allow us not to have to go through the full RFP process. We'll be able to piggyback off of that contract and use that pricing to work on tearing down a lot of the dilapidated homes that you saw. Josh listed how many he had on his list yesterday. So you're going to see that. I think we're going to use a lot more of that money in fiscal year 2026 than we have in fiscal year 2025 because we're getting through the procurement part of the demo.
What is the average cost of the demo? You know?
It really varies. And that was something that he and I spoke a lot about when they were going through the procurement process because it's all the way from, is it just a house? Is it a house in the shed? Is it a house, a shed in trees? Is it, so there's a lot of variation. We also had a lot of structures that we had not had tested for asbestos. And so we needed to go through that process as well to make sure we were giving the demo companies the right information. Or if we didn't have it tested for asbestos, we were saying, hey, just assume that it has asbestos.
Actually, with this current contractor, there's about 16 on the list right now, and it's going to average between 30 and 40.
Yeah, back in the past, they would run between 30 and 50,000.
Yeah.
Depending on whether we did it in-house or we subbed it out.
Yeah.
So.
And some of them are, so much smaller. Some of them are bigger. And then as you can see in the other section, we do have a decrease in equipment. They had a large equipment purchase in FY25 that they don't need to repeat in FY26. Same thing, we're making some adjustments to the software that they're using. So overall, the code enforcement budget decreased $133,000.
What did we purchase in 25? It was huge in equipment.
He purchased computers. He purchased tasers. Or no? The
Yeah, the large
Tasers?
purchase was computers, docking stations for their units and all that combined.
Yeah.
That's $60,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had a question up here at the top. And what exactly is standby and overtime, and what's the difference?
Sure. So standby, when you are on call, you get paid an hour for every day that you're on call. And then overtime, you get paid if you're actually called out and it's over your 40 hours.
How much
So
of that are we actually going to utilize?
the standby,
Well, both overtime and standby.
the overtime obviously depends on how many times they get called out. They could get called out, not at all. The overtime is very easy to budget because it's going to be 7 hours every week. So every pay period, if you have 2 different employees on call, you're going to have 7 hours for employee A, 7 hours for employee B. Yeah,
That's the standby. But
that's the standby. The overtime is completely dependent on how many calls. It's also completely dependent if Chief Kunihiro has, an above the norm mission that he needs them to come out to or they need to respond to. Their overtime could be substantially more that week or that pay period than it is the rest of the time.
And they get called out also for Chief Ramirez when there's fires and it's like a structure that dilapidated or has a lot of stuff around it. They get called out.
their part of it couldn't wait until the next business day, like normal hours? I mean, it's not a lot of money, but I'm just asking.
I think the answer is it depends. If there's, based on, if we're using a fire investigation for example, if they call them out, Josh will then make a determination on whether the response is needed that evening or at that time, or it can wait till normal hours. So we trust the managers in making that decision.
Okay. And then the next page on code enforcement shows you that right now they're staffed with 1 code enforcement manager, 1 administrative assistant, and also 4 code enforcement officers. So any questions on code enforcement?
So the four, does that include the new one? That does not include the new one they just hired.
It does, because,
It
yeah,
does.
they did not get a new position, so now they are
Oh,
fully
I
staffed.
gotcha, I gotcha. Okay, okay.
Okay. Next one is planning and zoning. So, planning and zoning, you'll notice they have revenues because they do actually charge fees. We spent a lot of time this year working on getting their revenues sorted out, and getting them charged to the right lines and getting the right things done. So you'll notice it's looking like they're having all these increases in revenue, but they're really not. We had to spend a lot of time. At one point, I think they were just all going to like one line. And so we had kind of an excruciating meeting where we sat and went through all sorts of old transactions and tried to figure out where we wanted everything. So we think that got all sorted out, and we're expecting them to bring in $33,000 worth of revenue next year. Going forward from that, again, they didn't have any position changes, no new positions, no old positions, so all of this is just projections based on the payroll going forward. They did have a decrease in contract services. The decrease in contract services comes from they've been carrying forward a purchase order for a couple years now for legal help with ordinance review. Chances are that PO is going to carry forward again, but we did not budget any new money for that. We're going to get that hopefully completed here, and so we can get that off the books. But that's why it's showing such a large decrease there. And then the only other thing is they did have an increase in travel, and that was the plans of the new assistant city planner getting trained, we really need somebody who can do FEMA plan reviews. And so we need to send somebody to be able to go learn how to do the FEMA plan reviews so we can stop sending those out of house.
Why don't we get our actual planning and zoning lady certified in FEMA?
We've been working on it.
Okay.
Evelyn, what's a blocking permit?
Trailer
Oh, good enough. Thanks.
Did he? Okay, that's good. He probably knew better than I did, so that's good.
I don't know why we would even have those. We don't have anything.
Oh, they're
to
in the
do.
ordinance, so they're in the ordinance at this point. We have them. We have to show that we have them.
That's mobile homes?
Yeah, I don't know why we
Right.
would, anything on that side, we really just do the zoning portion of it, and then the state has to, and that actually falls under MHD.
I was gonna say, because we have to go through the state for that,
That
right?
falls under what's MHD, and they're a lot more strict than we are on it, so.
Right, they have inspectors and things like that.
Do we have any plans to redo the FEMA zoning anytime soon? When was the last time that was done?
So that actually recently came up. We were talking about that the other day. The floodplain. Okay. Are we planning on redoing the FEMA zoning?
So I know the county is in it, is going to start doing some review of it, and they asked us to join in, but we haven't actually gone out to try and do it on our own. I don't know what the county, like what their plan is, and the meetings I think got canceled. But as soon as we figure out what they're doing, we'll figure out what we're doing.
I think the last time any adjustments were done was like in 2010. and it
Yeah.
was,
Yes.
FEMA put more of our city in the floodplain
The
at
whole
that time.
city's.
But I would think we would have less now
There's been improvements
Supposed to.
made since then,
because of
right?
the channel, right? Wouldn't we?
I think it'd be a good time to start revisiting that.
Yeah, our building on Ohio is in a flood zone. We have to pay flood insurance.
My house was
That's
never
so
in it
dumb.
until 2010. I might have been there for 60 years, and 2010 rolls around, and they said, your house is all in a flood now, you know, so I didn't quite understand
I'm glad
that.
you asked that question.
I would
because was
say
thinking
right
about
now,
that the other day.
internally.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Internally, we don't have the capacity to do that at all. We would have to contract that out. We would have to go outside. We don't have the internal capacity.
And would we have the budget to look at something
We
like that?
could. I mean,
We
that's
could?
definitely
Okay.
something we could prioritize.
Yeah, I think it's something we need to do.
I actually think that she has a really good point. I was thinking about that the other day as we were paying our flood insurance that no nonprofit can afford.
Well, and
And
we've made so many advancements and,
Yeah.
and.
And flood insurance is
corrections and-
really expensive.
Right.
Ours doubled. It went from like $2,500 to like $5,000. We had to go shopping around. So it might behoove us to do something like that, just because
Nunley wants to say
it
something.
could, yeah, it would
I
help a
can
lot of
feel
our
it.
residents.
Jimmy,
110 a month. That's what, 1,500 a year. Yeah, mine's only 430 a year.
That would help us, right? Wouldn't it? Now that the channel's done, wouldn't that help us?
You gotta use the microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's a long process working with the Army Corps of Engineers. And so it's still being held up by them for being turned over completely. That's the McKinley channel,
Right.
the last portion.
So what's our next step?
That I don't 100% know. I know I just had a new letter requesting support for the North Channel, but the last time I saw an email from the Army Corps of Engineers, it's probably been a year, to be honest with you.
I
And
wonder
that
what
was
we
just
could do
me
about
getting
that.
it by default, not as part of what I do.
There's no way for us to initiate any type of communication? the
I'm
other way?
certain we can. I can look through my email and find that and forward it on,
Okay.
see if we can grease that wheel a little
Okay.
bit.
Light a fire?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, if we're in a flood zone and we're surrounded by residential housing, how many of these people have to pay flood insurance that, I just think it's ridiculous.
Oh, we
There's,
spent so much money upgrading and updating,
Exactly.
and so why are we not updating the map too?
And it's tough, and the Army Corps, I mean, they're really tough, and we'll talk about that. We're actually carrying some money in one of those projects
Okay.
because we don't know.
Okay.
Like, they can come back and say, hey, you still owe us $50,000 for McKinley or stuff, and it's constant with our federal closeouts. We're still waiting for a closeout on Bonito Lake for one of the
Right.
federal grants.
Okay.
You know, so it's just a constant struggle with the federal government.
Okay.
And then they fired a bunch of them. So, yeah.
touche, that's a whole other story.
That's another thing. Okay, so any other questions on planning and zoning? Okay. So as you can see, as like we talked about, they have 3 positions: assistant city planner, and planning and zoning administrative assistant. All right, so our next one is going to be general fund animal control. So animal control does generate some revenue through their adoptions and their fees that they charge for having animals at the shelter. So they actually had a pretty good year in FY25, so we're projecting pretty flat amount of money for them for FY26, based on, we like adoptions. We, of course, don't want them to have so many animals they have to just keep adopting them out, but that's the reality of it. Again, they didn't have any changes in positions other than they've had some people come and go. So there's some differences in between what was budgeted last year and what was budgeted this year. We did do some increases for them on their janitorial supplies and their animal feed. They have been relying pretty heavily on money from the Carol Petrie Foundation, has been providing operational grants for them for the last couple of years. We gave them some cursory increases in case we don't get the Carol Petrie grants, but those have been very solid for us. The decrease in designated materials comes from, that is materials that are tied directly to former donations. So if they don't spend that money in FY25, we'll actually just carry it over, but there's not any need for new money in FY26. And then everything else is just really small. They do, we did have to bump up their water, sewer, and garbage. They were a little bit under budgeted on that, so we bumped it up. So overall, and then their budget continues on the next page. So we did increase their laundry services, and we did, however, decrease some of their equipment. We pushed departments really hard this year when we were talking about equipment. If you had money in FY25 and you haven't spent the money in FY25, why do you need new money in FY26? You have to show that you're buying this equipment you say you need. And so this was one of the departments that was a little short in what they had spent in equipment, so we went ahead and brought that back down. And then uniforms, we determined that they were paying for some of the mats at City Hall. And so we had to adjust that and take that out. So we did decrease their uniforms to make sure that we were getting the right amount of uniforms for them. And then the building improvement, again, that was a one-time capital expense in FY25. That won't be repeated in FY26. Any questions on animal control? And again, they didn't have any changes in their personnel. So they moved to 1 manager, 1 administrative assistant, 2 kennel officers, and 4 animal control officers. I believe they're fully staffed.
They are.
Yeah, so that's good. Okay, the next page is everybody's favorite topic, which is dispatch. So we had completed the majority of the budget work before last Tuesday's meeting. So right now, the dispatch budget still shows the money that we had budgeted in contract services and in phone service. It does not have a full operating budget detailed out. We've been meeting internally with, I know Chief Kunihiro and Chief Ramirez have been meeting to discuss different options, different things. So we will come back to you all, if not in the preliminary, then definitely in the final budget that we bring to you all in July. We will have the final operating budget that we feel we're going to need when we do the transition in dispatch.
So just so you kind of know where we're at, we're hiring, we're looked at what we had when we combined, looking at those employees, but in the meantime, we're bringing in somebody to kind of help us, what the typical manager role would be, bring back see what communications we need, equipment. We're in the middle of that contract right now. And so it'll be under 60,000 just to get us started so that we can really analyze what we need staffing-wise and equipment-wise, so.
Any questions on the very basic one-page dispatch budget at this point?
Evelyn, what is the contract services? What?
So that was the money that we paid to the county.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we charged it to contract services.
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Our next page is the start of our police department budget. They do have a little bit of revenue. Biggest one that is booked here is the reimbursement from the Alamogordo Public Schools for the school resource officers. They will be having 3 school resource officers this year, so that reimbursement's a little bit different than it's been in the past. The rest of the revenue that they get is very sporadic. It just depends, donation, sales, scrap, everything like that. So we don't budget that until they actually receive that money. Going forward into their operational supervisory, they were not approved for any new positions. So all of the changes that are in between there have to do with reprojecting the salaries and benefits. I did want to talk about the incentives line. So we were originally paying the sign-on bonuses out of the cannabis fund. We changed that in fiscal year 2025's budget and moved that cannabis money to vehicle replacement program. So we moved the sign-on bonus expense up here into the regular operating budget. And so that's kind of why you're seeing like an increase in the salary operational, even though they didn't get new positions. And it has to do with the balancing out of those sign-on bonuses. They had enough in salary savings to cover those in the general fund. In terms of their supplies, we did some changes. We did increase their law enforcement supplies. This is where they pay for their ammo, and so we did want to increase their ability to purchase ammo. And then we did decrease some of the other kind of strange supplies that they had floating out there. The designated materials is the same thing we were talking about earlier. Those are specifically attached to donations. when they get donations that are for those specific materials, we go ahead and add the budget in there. So nothing too earth-shattering in the supplies. We did also increase their fleet maintenance part line under maintenance. We do have an aging fleet and it is in need of repair. And every year we've been having to do revisions into that line. So we are trying to increase that to make that a little bit less likely. Same thing with their generator. I'm just trying to get that up to where it actually needs to be for the fiscal year. Any questions on the first page before we go to the second page?
What kind of on the revenue, what sale of scrap under DPS, what would that actually be?
So sale of scrap would be anything that we send to auction. So vehicles, any fixed assets or controllable property that we send to the auction. And I do want to give a shout out to Cynthia, who works in purchasing. She has had a fantastic year with the auction. She's made over $100,000 for various city departments. She's put out hundreds of auctions. And so she's really covered the backlog of that and got a lot done. So we're
We
excited.
don't currently have any of the old Crown Vics over there in the auction, do we?
I don't think so. I haven't seen any of them. Cooney would have to tell you. Two? You still have two?
I need the chassis.
Oh, in the,
In the au- Are you still driving them?
we have 2 in operation right now. I'm not sure how many you stood at auction.
And Jimmy does have one that his admin drives
Of the old Crown Vics?
of the old Crown Vic.
Anything after '05?
I don't know.
It's got to be a
You think it's
specific
an
year,
06?
sorry.
Are we really having this conversation right now?
Hey, I'm telling you,
Seriously?
check the public auction site because if it comes, Cynthia's going to get it on there.
Check it out.
I got 2 new brass camels yesterday.
Are we just
so-
feeling nostalgic or?
No, I actually bought a truck at the auction, but it was just the body, and I'm going to put a late model chassis underneath of it.
Oh,
Reading
you just
online,
want the
and
engine.
An 05 to 2010 Crown Vic fits like perfect
Oh, I
underneath.
see.
So.
I bet there's,
And it's got the police interceptor engine, so it's, a little more,
I'm sure there's one somewhere in the country, no question.
I just thought I'd ask real quick. So.
Anything else on that first page? Second page, no huge changes in utilities, just adjusted around the cell phone service and the water and sewer. We did have a change in contract services. Some of what was in contract services from this previous year was a carryover. So we're moving that kind of back to where it needs to be. And then same thing, insurance, again, that's the fleet insurance adjustment, getting it corrected. Our police liability insurance went down a little bit. That was surprising. That's not something that's happened recently, so that was good news. Everything else, like you can see, we did some small decreases. We did increase the community relations line. This is something that has been very successful for Chief Kunihiro and his department. And both he and Deputy Chief Glidden came with a good presentation to us about what they want to buy with the community relations, what different events and everything they want to go to. So we were positive about that. We did decrease the travel a little bit. Some of that has to do mostly with carryover type stuff. Same thing with equipment. We did increase their equipment. I did want to note back up on the contract services, we were they had a dedicated BITS employee who was stationed at the police department, and they're not going to move forward with that task order in FY2026. So that was another reason for the decrease in contract services. Increase in fuels just on the basis of they drive a lot, and we were seeing kind of a need for that. And then, of course, nothing right now showing in the capital improvement lines. Any questions on that second page? And then, as you can see on the next page, we have a list of all of the positions that are available for PD, sergeants, lieutenants, their administrative staff, and then it goes into the police officers. And so that just gives you a total of all their positions. So any questions on the PD that you would like to direct to Chief Kunihiro? Who came? You didn't make Glidden come. Thought you made Glidden come. No.
Chief, we talked about the use of cameras in different locations. Can you give us an update on that?
So as far as the flock safety implementation, we're about 46% live implemented. So it's kind of slowed the process down. Some of the agreements between flock and DOT and flock and P&M are slow moving. But as far as everything we can control just based on the city and flock, they're starting to go in. So there's a few cameras in the parks, not all of them yet, but we're about 46% into that. There is additional camera integration that hasn't been started. We're waiting on flock to assign us what they call a TPM. I forgot what the acronym means, but it's some type of managerial thing for, so we can start to implement outside cameras into the flock operating system.
Has it been helpful so far?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next page is the MCRT. As you can see, this is a brand new department for us. So prior to this fiscal year, MCRT was almost completely and totally funded with grants, including the Paso del Norte grant and then the money also from Otero County. What we decided to do this year was to break out the money that was in the general fund, give them their own department, make sure that it was very clear what was budgeted for them and what wasn't, so that we weren't kind of still in a grant fund and we weren't everything. So this is what Jeanette was talking about yesterday when she was giving her presentation about the fact that she is budgeted with city funds, and then she has staff that are budgeted with county funds. And so, as you can see, we can't really talk about changes because there's not really any changes to be made, but overall, the MCRT program is costing $249,304. And there is a breakdown on the next page. She's got her peer recovery specialist, the coordinator, and then the clinician that is funded by the Otero County. Any questions on MCRT? Okay. So our next department that we're going to be talking about is General Fund Fire. So General Fund Fire, they do have some revenue that is available to them in reinspection fees and burn permits. This is something that we haven't really been charging a lot recently, but I know Chief Ramirez has a plan with his fire inspector to ramp up that with the reinspection fees and everything. So we're looking forward to that. I would not be surprised if you see a revision from us in FY26 to look at revising that revenue. And then the same thing with their donations, their sales scrap, their reimbursements. It just is dependent on what's going on in that fiscal year. They were not approved for any new positions at this time, so the adjustments in the budget have to do with their use of the payroll reprojections. You will notice they had a change. We took the training overtime and moved it to the regular overtime instead of trying to separate out all these kind of weird overtimes, make it a little bit easier for their timekeeper. And then we did decrease the education benefits line that was budgeted really high last fiscal year and did not actually need to be that high. So we went ahead and took care of that this fiscal year. This is not their main operational budget. Their main operational budget is in Fund 33, which is the Fire Protection Fund, which is the money that comes from the state. So you will notice some decreases here. A lot of that was moving expenditures either from the general fund into the fire fund to utilize those state funds better, or just correcting things that had to do with carryovers and changes like that. So while this is their main fund for their salaries and benefits, because we do pay all of their salaries and benefits out of this, their actual operational piece is mostly funded out of Fund 33. And then as you can see on the next page is a breakdown of their positions within the fire department, including their chief, their deputy chief, their firefighters, lieutenants, their inspector, and their admin assistant. Any questions on the general fund portion of fire?
Catch up just a little bit. The fire in Rio Doso, how did that affect our budget last year?
Really, the department that it affected the most was the landfill.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about that when we talk about the enterprise. It didn't really affect any of our other budgets. We did have some overtime from the fire department, and that actually got reimbursed to us from the federal government and from some of their other emergency grants that they had. So really, it didn't have a large impact on us.
But you had tons of volunteers from Alamogordo helping in Rio Doso.
We didn't track any. Really, the fire department, some of the police department was the biggest ones that were on site in terms of helping them. We did track their overtime. We did track their hours, and we did get reimbursed for that. But they didn't really receive anything that was in addition to what we budgeted. But like I said, we'll talk about that with the landfill. It did impact the landfill substantially.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, our next small piece is the APS resource officer. So this is what we were talking about before, is this year there are 3 officers who are budgeted for the APS school resource officer program. So you're seeing an increase there. Pretty small, pretty straightforward. I do want to take a moment to highlight because it's a little bit more obvious on this than it has been on others. So you'll notice there is a line that says other employee appreciation. So this year, over the past couple years, we've had very sporadic employee appreciation. Everybody kind of wants to do this or kind of not wants to do that. Or in the past, it was always money that was given to HR to do something across citywide, and it was up to HR to plan and facilitate that event. This year, Stephanie wrote a new policy. I should call you Dr. Hernandez wrote a new policy allowing departments $30 for each employee that was currently employed to be in an employee appreciation line. And so that $30 can be used to have an event. It can be used to buy something for each individual employee that's not more than $30. But it gives departments a little bit more flexibility to be able to do some sort of employee appreciation for their employee. So there will have to be some adjustments of it because it was done based on the amount of positions that were filled at the time of the budget. So obviously when people are looking to do their events or buy their items, we'll have to reconcile that against how many positions they have filled at that time. But that is a new line that was most obvious on this sheet, so thought we'd talk about it. Any questions on the school resource officer? Okay, that is it for the general fund. So anything we want to revisit, anything we want to talk about that pertains to the general fund and all of these departments that are currently in it.
Anybody have any questions?
Okay. So now we can move on to the exciting world of internal services.
Want to take a quick break?
Huh?
Want to take a quick break?
Do we have to?
Quick break?
I don't know. I'm asking the
Do you want a
commission.
break? Is that what you
I'm
said?
asking if you all want a break.
Does
They look
anybody want to
comfortable.
take a break?
They got snacks, they got water. I mean,
Keep going.
Susan got her sweater.
I did. It's still not enough, but it's better, so. My hands feel like ice, I'm telling you. Ice, which I have not been crunching on tonight, in case anybody hasn't noticed. I'm sure my husband will notice, but
Like in my office.
yeah, see, they just walk out. Why don't we just take 5?
We'll take 5.
Okay, let's
We'll
take
give it
5.
5 minutes.
I don't know, that just seemed like fun. Okay.
Right?
We need to break up the monotony around here. Are we ready? Yes. Okay.
So
Our
before-
biggest challenge tonight is like not eating into the microphone. That's like my goal.
So before we start,
Yeah, I know.
That's the problem.
I sure heard about it when I got home last night, let me tell you. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be a good noodle today. That's what happens when you've been married almost 40 years. It just, honesty, it just pours out of your mouth. Okay, are we ready?
All right, I know Stephanie has a special thing she wants to do before I start.
Uh-oh.
no, you guys didn't get to meet him yesterday. Mr. Dave Wyant. He is the manager of our, some of you might know him. He's our manager of our wastewater.
Oh.
The man is brilliant, and I don't use that word lightly. Like, he is so smart when it comes to that stuff. It's amazing. I encourage you all to go out there. Like, you don't realize what goes into when you flush your toilet to going back to reclaimed water. It's amazing.
Dave does.
I have actually had an in-depth tour of that facility. It's very clean and very disgusting all at the same time.
So I just wanted to
I
introduce
see your name like almost daily on our emails. See, I do pay attention. It's very nice to meet you. But I agree with Stephanie. You have to see it for yourself. It's pretty incredible what people think, oh, it's not that big of a deal. You just turn a faucet on and you're good to go. But
And
yeah,
what
there's
they
so
have
much
been
more
able to
it.
do with, because we didn't have a real sewer money, is amazing at what they have been able to do at that plant. So now that we now increase the sewer rate, that we can start replacing some of the things that they've been duct taping and doing together. So, but I just had to, Dave's one of my favorite people. That Dave, not this Dave.
I was like,
I'm like, we're hitting all four corners here, people. We got Davids everywhere tonight. Look at that. All right, are we ready? Internal services?
all right, let's talk about internal services. So this is made up of procurement, human resources, a little bit of non-departmental, facility maintenance, IT, and fleet. So as we talked about a little bit earlier, this is the set of departments that provide services internally to the city of Alamogordo, but actually provides very few external. So as you can see, there is not a lot of revenue that's tied with that because there's not ratepayers, there's not people outside paying for the services. So this is all funded with transfers in from various and sundry funds. So the first page here just lists off those transfers in. You'll notice this year there's not a transfer in from Fund 16 or Fund 20, which is our promotions and our civic center. Those two funds have now moved into subsidized status, so we do not do transfers from subsidized funds. So these are the transfers in that are used to cover those internal services. So they are projected to end the year with a $15,000 fund balance. We carry that over, bring in $254,000 of estimated revenue, and then, because there are some other revenues throughout the presentation, $5.6 million in transfers in and spend $5.8 million. We do try and keep this budget kind of as close to zero as we can. We don't want to make money in internal services. It doesn't make sense. But we do leave them with a little bit of a fund balance at the end of the year just because to cover contingencies, especially for fleet maintenance and facility maintenance, they're the ones that can kind of have some unexpected stuff come up. Okay, so the first department that we're going to talk about is our very small internal services, which is our fleet insurance. So this is the fleet insurance that we pay to the New Mexico Municipal League or not New Mexico Municipal League, New Mexico Self-Insures, and then the departments pay this back to the Internal Service Fund to pay for their fleet insurance. Nothing super revolutionary. So the next page is going to be purchasing. So you're going to notice there are substantial changes in purchasing for the allocation of salaries and benefits. So they did not get a new position, but what we decided to do is we had a lot of split allocations. We had the manager who was split 95% to 12 and 5% to Fund 81. We also had our central receiving attendants and our inventory administrator who were split 95% to Fund 81 and 5% to Fund 12. What that was causing was some double dipping in a way, because while their salary and benefit expenses were being paid out of Fund 81, their operational expenses were being paid out of Fund 12, and 81 was also paying an allocation into internal services. It didn't really make a lot of sense. Plus, we were not able to 100% delineate the breakup in between how much of central receiving and how much of purchasing was being done out of 81 versus 12. So what we decided to do was to move all the salary and benefits for those positions into Fund 12 and do the internal service calculation based on the full expense. And so that's why you're seeing an increase there, and you're going to see a corresponding decrease on the 81 side, because we felt like this was a more equitable way to actually handle those salaries and benefits and handle this internal service. Other changes, we had a small change in program supplies, a small change in pest control. We did have a change in contract services. That was due to, they also had a contract with an attorney to help with an ordinance review. That ordinance review is actually done, so that money won't be carried over, and they didn't have any need for additional contract services in FY26. Other than that, they just had some small increases. They are showing an increase over all of their budget for $52,243, but that all comes from the fact that they had the reallocation of salaries and benefits. So this covers our central purchasing office. As you can see on the next page, it covers the chief procurement officer, the 2 finance procurement specialists, and now the central receiving attendant and the inventory administrator are 100% out of this fund. Any questions on purchasing or central receiving, even though we'll talk a little bit more about central receiving in a little while? Sure. For the warehouse. Yeah, because they are on standby for utility maintenance. Okay, so our next internal service department, we're going to go ahead and move on to human resources. As you all are well aware what human resources does, they do pay, there is a little bit of revenue that is the allocation that the landfill pays for the human resources service that is handled by that component unit. So they are showing a decrease in wages, and this has to do with moving the safety positions out of human resources into engineering. So while they did not have necessarily a traditional decrease in positions, they are seeing a decrease in salaries and benefits because those positions were allocated over to another fund. Other than that, some of the other decreases that they're seeing in here do have to do with moving the safety employees. They didn't need as many safety supplies. We did increase their awards and recognition for a couple different reasons. This is where they pay for the anniversary awards recognition that they give to employees. This is also where they pay for the Thanksgiving vouchers or Christmas vouchers that we give out to the departments to be able to go purchase meat at the local stores. So we needed to increase that a little bit in hopes of being able to give a higher voucher at the end of 2025. Other than that, again, some small changes due to a change in the allocation of the safety. It does look like we had an increase in the drug testing. We did originally have FY25's budget at $10,000, but there was some confusion about where that money was budgeted, so it was being taken out of another line. So we moved it to that other line to make things more clear. So we're adding it back here. Michelle is very aware of its existence now, and will be using that to separate out the drug testing from a lot of the other testing that she does. And you can see that is offset by the $10,000 that the physical is going down, because now they know that there's two different lines. We did increase the employee support services. This is one of the locations that we are going to be taking the, actually, I think that label is wrong. I think that should be contract services. We are looking at doing another salary and compensation study, and so they were given additional funds to be able to fund the salary and compensation study. And then there was a decrease in the in-service training. That's something that moved with safety. And then we were able to decrease some of the professional development. They were looking at different types of training, didn't feel that they needed quite as much in that line. So overall, the human resource budget went down $96,435, but the majority of that has to do with moving positions to another fund. So now in HR, they have an HR director, an HR assistant, and 3 generalists. Yes, it's the difference in between the deferred comp that was budgeted for Kim and the deferred comp that is budgeted for Michelle. Yeah, I looked at that too when I first did, and I was like, oh wow, it's just really different. Okay. If there's no questions on human resources, we will move on to facility maintenance. So facility maintenance has a little bit more revenue than other funds do. They receive the amount of cellular tower rental for several of the sites that we rent for the cell towers, and so that's budgeted at $50,000 every year. We then budget an offsetting expense in communications improvement so that they can use that money to improve their communications, and then they receive a small allocation from the landfill as well. So that's where their revenue, that's why they have a little bit different revenue than everybody else in internal services. Moving on to their expenses. Salaries and benefits, they didn't have any changes in any of their positions, so their salary and benefit projections are just adjusting for step increases and other changes from last year. They did have a decrease in their chemicals. Pool chemicals had really gone through the roof, and now they've kind of come back to center. So Paul did not feel that he needed nearly the amount of money that he had needed in previous years, so that was really nice to hear. And then some of the decreases that they had in their maintenance lines, the majority of those come from carryovers. And then in the communications improvement line, the one that shows it's going down $60,000, so the one I was talking about where we budget the offsetting $50,000, but we will carry over whatever he has left in that project because he uses that as a rolling base to be able to take on some of the bigger communication issues that he has. He did have some additional money in contract services in FY25. There was some planned things there, some planned contracts that we're not going to continue in FY26. And then he, of course, had the same fleet insurance increase that a lot of the departments did. And then everything else is pretty minor. We didn't really change much in terms of his tools or anything in his other expenses. And then at this point, there's no capital in that budget. So any questions on facility maintenance?
Janitorial that you have again, I know you said you pulled it out, but what's the plan? We're pulling it all out, but we don't have any budget.
So most of the departments at this point have already moved on. They're doing their janitorial in-house. And so what we're going to be doing is PD will be getting a janitorial position as they were the last ones that were left with multiple buildings to clean. And then we will be hiring just one firm just to do City Hall. because that allows us to hire a smaller company that's going to be more detail oriented than trying to do the multitude of buildings that we were doing, and having to get these large companies that just don't perform. So everybody else had moved on. Everybody else had canceled the contract other than City Hall and PD. Okay. And so facility maintenance right now is staffed with a facility maintenance manager, a dispatch clerk, 2 technicians, a pool technician, a journeyman plumber, 2 electrical technicians, and then our electrical and communications foreman and our facility maintenance mechanical foreman. Okay. So our next internal service department is IT services. So as you all are aware, a little over 4 years ago, we went ahead and moved this to an outsourced contract and contracting with Better IT Services. We just recently went back out for RFP, and Better IT Services again was the responsive bidder. So we just finished signing a new master service agreement with them for another 4-year term. So we will be continuing with Better IT Services. And so the bulk of the money in IT at this point is in contract services to pay for the task orders and the support that we get from them. The other amounts that we have is software fees. We do a lot of centralized software fees, so this covers our Tyler subscription, it covers our Microsoft subscription, it covers, we probably have 50 additional softwares, animal control software, zoo software, Civic Plus, our website is run through Civic Plus. Civic Clerk runs our clerk system. So we just have a lot of different IT pieces that we use. We're very excited to be entering into this new contract. It's going to give us a chance to do some more things. We've come a long way in 4 years, and we have a long way still to go, but we're excited about a lot of the things we're undertaking. The other part of BITS that is new in this contract is they now have an industrial side, which is Better Industrial Technology Services. And so they'll be able to provide support to us at the utility sites for their SCADA systems, which before we were going through another company. So we're going to be able to do a lot of consolidation with that. And so we're really excited. Any IT questions?
Nope.
Okay. So next we've got fleet maintenance. As you can see, it looks like fleet maintenance had an increase in salary and benefits, but this is going back to one of our allocation corrections. So there were 2 positions within fleet maintenance that were allocated 50% to the street maintenance fund and 50% to the utilities fund. And so when talking to Robert, we said, well, do they only work on streets and utility vehicles? And he said, oh, no, absolutely not. They work on everything. Okay, well, then they need to be paid by the internal service fund so that they're allocated properly and not being paid by streets and utilities if that's not what they're only working on. So we moved both of those positions back into the internal service fund so that they were part of the allocation. So that's what the increase looks like there, but it's not an actual increase in human body positions. We did give them some increases this year, office supplies, maintenance supplies. We did decrease their equipment maintenance a little bit. They were able to buy some new equipment, so they didn't feel they needed quite as much in equipment maintenance, but we did increase their contract services. And you'll notice they have a substantial increase in travel. That was one of the main requests from Robert Williams, the fleet manager. The vehicles are getting newer, they're getting smarter, they're getting more computer technical, and so they need additional training to be able to learn the diagnostics, run the diagnostics, and be able to work on vehicles. We have a lot more hybrid vehicles in our fleet than we've ever had before, and that was something that we needed to increase their training on, increase their certifications on, so that they could actually work on the vehicles that are in our fleet. So we did give him a substantial increase in his travel and training to be able to facilitate that. And a lot of those schools, they're not just a couple days, they're sometimes a week, they're 2 weeks, they're always out of town, like they're long and expensive trainings. And so right now, under the fleet maintenance, they have a manager, a parts clerk, a mechanic 1, a mechanic 3, and 2 heavy equipment mechanics, or what are budgeted for them. Any questions on fleet maintenance? That is. They do receive a tool allowance every month. They get it usually on the second paycheck. Okay, and that is it for internal services. So are there any questions about internal services, how they're allocated, any of the changes that we did this time?
Anybody have any questions?
All right, we're going to move on to special revenue. This one's a big one. Okay, special revenue incorporates a bunch of different departments. It's kind of a catch-all. So we're going to talk about everything from corrections to the Civic Center to municipal court. We're going to talk about police contingency, a lot of the police, the special police funds, fire protection. We're going to talk about the senior center. We're going to talk about community services. Missing some on there. We're going to talk about some of our self-insured funds, and we're also going to talk about our 2 new funds, which is for the opioid settlement funds and our quality of life capital. So on this slide, you can see everything that is highlighted in yellow. That means that it is a subsidized fund. So it receives a transfer in from either, all of these receive a transfer in from the general fund to be able to operate, except for Fund 44, which is not highlighted yellow because it receives a transfer in from Fund 42 to be able to operate. And then this is for fiscal year 2026. You'll notice there's a new little yellow one there. That is the lodger's tax promotional fund. So that's our tourism fund, is now receiving funding from the general fund, where it was not this last fiscal year. Okay, so let's jump right in. Our first page is corrections. This is the money that we pay to house the prisoners at the Otero County facility. This is always an interesting fund because it really depends on how many prisoners we have and how much the jail is charging at the time. So we left it at $134,000. We haven't really gotten close to that in FY25, but again, it's kind of one of those things that is really variable. We do collect some revenue in terms of corrections fines, but they're not in line with what it takes to actually house someone at the correctional facility. So this is one that is subsidized by the general fund to go ahead and make it balance. However, a lot of times we don't end up having to do those transfers because we don't have as many people housed as we thought we were going to, which is a good thing. So, any questions on corrections? Okay, moving on. Special revenue promotions. This is where our tourism budget lives. So you guys all got to hear from Eileen yesterday and talk about the initiatives that she's doing. As you can see, it receives a transfer in from the general fund that increased this year pretty substantially as we are finally spending the last of the lodger's tax cash that we had left and moving into where it's fully funded by the general fund. There are no salaries and benefits that are paid for out of this fund. The big increase, actually the big decrease here, we decreased advertising by about $100,000 and moved that money into contract services. And that was to allow them some flexibility with some of the tourism initiatives that they want to do and some of the contractors that they want to be able to go ahead and hire and move forward. She talked about the visit Alamogordo, talked about some of the other events that they were going to have. So that was really just moving money from one line to the other to allow them a little bit more flexibility. We did decrease their equipment number from last year to this year because, one, they haven't spent anything so far in equipment this year, and they didn't feel that there was anything else they were going to need additionally. But we did increase her travel number. Eileen has attended a number of events this year and is looking to attend a number of events next year as well. And so we wanted to go ahead and give her some more money to be able to go out and push Alamogordo tourism. So overall, her budget did increase $15,640. Any questions on tourism promotions?
Evelyn, excuse me. Why do we not have a lodger's tax?
So we repealed the lodger's tax at the end of FY23. We did it for a couple of different reasons, but the main reason was we didn't feel that the current state law for the lodger's tax allowed us to use it in a way that was beneficial to us because of the breakdown that we had to use 40% on promotions and then 60% we could use on other items. The 40% we felt was very restrictive, and we found ourselves just buying stuff, just doing stuff that wasn't actually in a good manner to be able to meet that 40% and 2-year threshold. So we presented to the commission about going ahead and repealing the lodger's tax. The other thing is we didn't feel that it was benefiting our tourism because of the mileage restrictions outside, because you could not advertise close to the city, you had to advertise outside. And our lodging is really hard because of the military. So we can advertise and say, hey, come visit Alamogordo, but you might get here and we might not have a room for you because it might be bought by Holloman or the room might be extremely expensive because of Holloman. So we wanted more flexibility to be able to do our tourism and do it in either smaller batches or do it in different areas. We have talked quite a bit with different legislatures, and of course now that Senator Paul's up there, we've talked with him as well. And I think they put one through this year, but I don't think it passed. They've been putting a bill through to make changes to the lodger's tax law to allow for more flexibilities for communities to be able to advertise in different ways and use the money for quality of life improvements as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on tourism promotions? Okay, we're going to move on to Fund 19, which is court automation, which you're going to notice has a whole bunch of zeros. That is because court automation has gone away. With the changes to the municipal court fees and regulations, this was one of the state fees that went away. So the courts no longer charges a court automation fee. On the flip side of that, the state no longer provides a court automation grant. So municipal court used to use that grant to pay for their software expense, to pay for upgrades to IT and everything like that. So that money is no longer available from the state, and we no longer send them court automation fees. So this fund is going to be closed out because it's no longer useful. So no budget on that one. All right, moving on, we have the Civic Center revenues. So this is the revenues for Fund 20. Our biggest change here, as you can see, is we don't have anything budgeted in user fees concession. This was the money that we were receiving from the alcohol sales at the Civic Center and also at special events. Since we no longer have that program due to insurance reasons, we don't need to budget any revenue there. We're also budgeting a decrease in the special event revenue. We're doing more free special events, kind of smaller ones, so we're not expecting quite as much revenue as we were budgeting for FY25. As you can see, we really haven't gotten close to the number that we budgeted for FY25. And then we're also seeing a decrease in the transfer in from what we had budgeted last year, where we did some cost cutting and everything, so we don't need quite as large of a transfer in from Fund 11 as we initially thought. And on the flip side, you'll notice there's no internal service transfer out because, as I said, this is now a fully subsidized fund, so it does not need to pay out to the internal service fund. Any question on the Civic Center revenues?
Any questions? No. I think
Okay.
we're good.
All right. So Civic Center salaries and benefits, we do have a couple positions that are paid for out of Fund 20. That includes the maintenance position that they have there. They have 2 part-time maintenance positions, and then they have the Civic Center. You'll see there's a big decrease in temporary and part-time. That's from no longer having the temporary part-time budget beverage servers. So there was a decrease there. We've also went ahead and decreased their overtime. They're not needing as much overtime for the special events and everything, so we went ahead and bumped that number back a little bit. We did decrease their supplies for events. You'll notice they kind of had a bunch of different supply lines, and some of them were very redundant. So we went ahead and did some consolidation, some moving around, but we did decrease the event supplies because that was where they were taking the majority of money for the alcohol purchases, which they no longer needed to do. So we didn't need to have that. We moved some money around, got their maintenance lines situated per what facility maintenance said it was going to cost for their generator and fire systems. Same thing, we adjusted their utilities closer to what they needed to be. The decrease in administrative fees, so they were paying an administrative fee to the general fund based on the fact that they were originally a tax-funded fund. So we went ahead and removed that since they were no longer tax-funded. And they are going to see an increase in their liability insurance. So any questions on page 1 of the Civic Center? Okay. Page 2 gets into a little bit of their fees. They do have to pay a permitting license fee for the music licensing that they use to be able to put on the events that they do, so we pay that out of there. And then we did increase their other travel a little bit. They wanted to go to some trade shows, especially based around weddings, to look and see what different things they could do to attract more weddings and more events. So we did approve them for some additional travel so they could go to one of those. We did approve some additional equipment from what they had this last year. You know, as anybody who's put on events or set up tables and chairs and stuff, you know, wear and tear happens on things. They own a lot of different equipment, tables, chairs, tablecloths, everything like that. So wanted them to be able to replace that. The other 4th of July events, that's looking like a decrease, but that's actually bringing it back to the $43,000 that's normally in there. They had a carryover for FY25 when we were trying to figure out fireworks, drone show, fire season, what we were going to do. So we ended up, one of those payments got delayed, and so it had to be brought into 2025. So that's bringing it back up to the $43,000 that it originally was at. We did decrease their special events a little bit, but that was, again, another carryover situation, and they are looking at being very strategic with the events that they have, prioritizing certain things. And so Stephanie talked to them a lot about planning and making sure that those were more strategic. And then same thing, we don't have any capital in their budget at this point in time. So their budget actually decreased $87,747. Any questions on the Civic Center and what they're doing? Okay. Dare donations. This one actually has a correction on it. So you will see that on the recap, it's showing expenditures of $2,077 up here on the screen, but here it's showing $18,077. So there was an error in the formula when we were working initially on the cash, and they could not afford to spend $18,077. They could not even come close to affording that. So we had to go ahead and remove the money that we had in, we moved the money that they had in community relations and travel. So we cut $16,000 out of that budget. So right now, they're just going to have the overtime, the FICA, and the special events. This will be one that we reevaluate when we pull over the actual cash balances in July and see where they're actually at, because they're actually budgeted to spend quite a bit of money in FY25. They're scheduled to spend $19,794. And I don't think they're going to get close to spending that much. So I think they are going to start the year with more than $2,432. But right now, it's got a balance. We can't have a negative cash. And that was pushing us into the negative cash substantially. So this is one that when we bring you the preliminary budget to approve, we'll have it corrected on those preliminary sheets. But as everybody knows, the DARE program is in the schools, and then we have officers that go to the DARE training, and then they do put on the DARE picnic, which I think is coming up this weekend, right? Yeah,
The 8th.
or the 8th, yeah. So it's coming up here this week. Any questions on DARE?
Anybody? Nope. Nope, we're good.
Municipal court, so we've already touched on municipal court a little bit today with their revenues that live in the general fund, but this is their actual operational fund. So again, they haven't had any staff changes in between FY25 to FY26. They requested some small increases in office supplies, program supplies. They do have a vehicle now. So we did give them a budget for fleet parts to make sure they could deal with any improvements that they needed to do to their vehicle. They have equipment maintenance. They have a very large mechanical filing cabinet that requires maintenance. So they do put that in there to do their annual maintenance agreement with that. Everything else pretty straightforward. The biggest thing to highlight here is their indigent attorney fees. So they are required to provide attorneys to people who claim indigent status. And that has just been increasing and increasing and increasing every year. And so we did give them some additional funds because, as you can see, in FY23 it was $24,000, FY24 it's $32,000. At this point in FY25 it's already $29,000. And there's no projection that this is going to get smaller. They have more and more people claiming that. So we did give them an increase there to help with that. And we also gave them an increase in their software support fees. And what this comes from is, remember we're talking about Fund 19. The state used to pay for that through the court automation. State doesn't pay for that anymore, so now it needs to be paid out of their operational budget. So that's where the increase from that was. Other than that, they had very minimal increases. They do have a staff there, court administrator, the judge, judicial clerks, judicial specialists, court clerks, and a bailiff.
Will that just be a reoccurring thing?
It'll be a reoccurring thing from now on. It's for their justice systems.
Noticed on quite a few of the funds, the cell phones. How is it going up?
So it's going up because some of the cell phones were they were not budgeted correctly in previous years. And so we've looked at them, and we still need to do some more work on getting them allocated to the right funds and at the right amounts.
Because we're not really adding
No.
any additional phones or anything.
No, we're just correcting issues. Because like as you can see, especially like on this one, they're budgeted at $700 for this year, and they've spent $631. So that $700 was not correct. Okay, any additional questions on municipal court?
Nope, I think we're good.
Okay.
How do we hire 3/4 of a band?
He is part-time. Yes, yeah. He's just really short, no.
Thought that was obvious, but.
Okay, next one is one of our kind of small random little funds. This is our police contingency fund. It has about $61,000 in it, and it is used for contingent items in the police department. Really, the biggest thing that it's used for is to fund some of their cell phone expense. It's also used to fund any buy money when they're doing narcotics busts. That has to be recorded as an expense when it's pulled out of the bank, and so they pull it out of Fund 28. So very small fund that doesn't really actually get used very much.
I feel like you have to kind of be quiet when you say
I know,
that,
right? I'm like, we don't get the buy money?
We don't want to say that
Because of
too
course,
loud.
everybody has a vision of like Cooney rolling up to the ATM and just, getting a bunch of 20s.
I totally have that vision.
That's not the way it works.
I can just see it now. No.
Yeah. Nobody will ever know. Okay. That's how much cash they get sometimes. And actually, they haven't gotten that in a couple years, so. Well, yeah. They actually haven't withdrawn any in the last 3 years.
Most of all of that stuff comes from the White Mountain Drug Task Force.
Okay, so moving on, our next fund is going to be Fund 31. This is the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund. So this is where, as you can see, there's some revenue goes from the land sales at the cemetery. And of course, there's, a super bad joke about trying to project the revenue for the cemetery, and people are just dying to get in. And it gets made every year in the budget meetings, so it's a tradition at this point. And then, of course, since this money is held in trust as, to be able to fund the perpetual care of the cemetery and to be able to possibly fund the purchase of land for a new perpetual care area, it does get invested at a pretty high rate, so it does have a pretty good investment income on it. Expenditure-wise, it doesn't have any expenditures that are tied to it. The only thing that we've used it in the last several years is to fund some capital improvements at the cemetery, including a portion of the new cemetery wall and the columbarium that should be going in. So. Moving on.
Any questions? We're good.
Okay, so our next one, we're going to talk about our transfers in for Fund 32, which is Community Services. So as you can see, our preliminary budget this year for our transfers in is $5.5 million. And that is about $300,000 under what we projected last year. Of course, we'll reproject that when we get to the end of the year, see where we are in terms of salary savings and everything. But they don't have right now any transfers in that are provided for anything else. So our first department we're going to talk about there is our Community Services Administration. This is one of our smaller departments because it's just Ronnie and Tony, and they don't have a significant amount of expenditures. Really, the biggest change in here is you'll notice the contract services went down $139,000. There was money in there for the design of a master plan for the balloon park. That's been completed. So we didn't need to have any money still sitting there since that design was done. And so really overall she has a very small budget, kind of just enough to get Ronnie and Tony by. And next page just shows that. We have the Community Services Director and her Executive Admin Assistant. So our next one is another admin fund. This is for our Parks and Rec Administration. Again, another small one. This is just Bindi and her Executive Assistant Sven. So that's their salaries come out of here. Again, they didn't have huge changes, little change in office supplies, some program supply changes. And we did request some fleet maintenance parts as there are vehicles that are attached to this one, so we want to make sure that they can do that. We did decrease their memberships and dues. We kind of looked at that to see what was available. They had a one-time equipment purchase in FY25 that won't continue in FY26. So overall, their budget decreased $3,193. So another one of those smaller admin funds. And as you can see, that covers the Parks and Recreation Director and the Executive Assistant for Parks and Recreation. So getting back to our departmental funds, we have the cemetery. This is their basic operation fund. We project their revenue. It's been pretty flat, so we didn't really make very many changes to that. They did not have any positions change allocations or new positions, so their salary and benefits were reprojected. They did ask for small increases across their supplies and their maintenance to be able to operate a little bit better. Same thing, their utilities needed small increases, but they did request some changes in their equipment. Again, everything is very small, fuels, tools, everything like that. They do not have any capital projected for this year. That $40,000 from last year was for the columbarium that I know that Eric is in the process of procuring and getting installed. So overall, their budget actually decreased $37,598 because of the capital. Other than that, everything was just really small. And at the cemetery, they do have one sexton and a administrative assistant and 2 cemetery laborers. Okay, so moving on, our next page talks about our rec center revenue. I do have to give a shout out to Heather for this. She watches their revenue very closely. She reprojects it when it needs to be reprojected. She looks at if she's falling short on everything, so she's always extremely diligent. She did not request any changes in her revenue for FY26. She felt that they were in a similar place. We are hoping with her mid-year projection that she does that we get to be able to increase it a little bit since they are bringing in another staff member. They can bring in some more kids. And like she talked about last night, all the different programs and everything they run. So like I said, she's extremely diligent with it, and I think she does a great job projecting it for us. And then moving into their salary and benefits and their operational expenses. So they were approved for a new position. They are getting a new seasonal youth assistant. And so that position, we actually also approved for them. That will start before July 1st because it doesn't make any sense for them to wait until July 1st and then have to do all the recruitment, then the summer's over and they don't get any benefit from it. So they will be able to advertise for that new position as part of the normal advertisement. They did not have a lot of changes. They kept their budget pretty flat, and when they did make changes, they offset them. So needed less in first aid, needed a little bit more in pool supplies. Same thing, facility maintenance asked for an increase in their fire systems and some of their structures. That building is hard to believe, but it is 30 years old. It seems like we just opened it the other day, so it's starting to show its age a little bit. It's starting to show some wear. They also requested some increases in contract services. As Heather talked about yesterday, some of the people that they need to hire to be able to run their programs. They are going to see an increase in their general liability insurance, which most departments are. Any questions on their first page?
How come on their FICA, it's a 48% increase, but we don't have that on any of the payroll stuff, and then the comps an 81% increase?
So,
Typo or?
no, it's the workers' comp insurance.
Sorry.
Tim. The workers' comp insurance, I will have to look at that one. That one should not have increased that much. So that might be we misclassified their new position because that's what increased. The FICA, I'll look at that one too, but that one might also be, I did notice in some of their seasonal positions when I did it was not pulling the FICA the way I wanted it to. So I did increase some of their FICA because I felt like it was underreporting. I will look at the workers' comp one though, because I feel like that might be misclassified.
that one just stuck out. All the other ones, you know, there was minimal increases, but it was corresponding with the payroll, you know, so.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There's no other questions. Their next page goes into their other expenses. Again, very minimal increases, actually no increases except for on their uniforms. And then their sponsorship appropriation, this was the program that Heather was talking about last night, that rolls forward. So we don't budget it as new money, we roll whatever the balance is forward and then add to it as we get donations. And then they don't have any capital currently in their budget as well. So their budget was almost stayed completely flat. It actually went down $9,105. And as you can see, they have a breakdown. They're one of those departments that are going to have a lot of point whatever employees because they have so many part-time employees and so many seasonal employees. And so those are allocated a little bit differently in the system. So yes, they have .323 of a person.
I know.
Okay, our next page is the Parks Department. I have to tell a funny one on this. So Eric came into budget and had all these increases, and Eric never asks for increases. Even when we beg Eric to ask for increases, he doesn't. And he just kept saying, he was like, I don't know, these aren't the right numbers, this isn't, and he realized that he had projected off of something different. And he actually called me the next day to apologize for asking for more money. And I was like, no, like, this is good. We were happy that you were finally asking for a little bit more and a little bit more, because Eric never asked for more money. So you're going to see some increases on here because Eric never asked for more money. And this year, he got some increases kind of by accident. You will notice that they have a substantial decrease on their operational salary. And what that comes from is last year, while the arbitration was going on for the Parks Department, we budgeted all those full-time positions, but we also budgeted all the temporary positions that we were using to fill those positions. This year, we did not do that. So this year, we are just budgeting the straight allocated positions that the Parks Department usually has. We did not add additional positions in there. So their salary and benefits are, substantially decreasing on not only the temp and part-time, but also on the operational.
Okay.
We did have an increase in fertilizer and herbicide. Prices on that are going up, and the need for it is increasing as well. So we did go ahead and let Eric keep that one, even though he was apologizing. We adjusted their utilities closer to what we think their actual utilities are going to be. And so one of the big increases you're going to see on this page is contract services. So where that's coming from is the golf course and parks individually have always had a mechanic position that has been very hard to fill in one department, let alone in two departments. And so they have been using a contract mechanic for quite a while. And it's been very successful, and it's been successful for both the golf course and parks. And so we had a discussion about trying to go back to having a position, trying to do that, and it just doesn't seem feasible. We don't get qualified people, we don't get quality work, whereas with the contractor, not only can you get quality work, but you can also open the RFP to multiple contractors. If you have somebody that's good at working on your mowers, you can take them to the mower. If you have somebody who's good at working on your weed eaters, you can take them to the weed eater guy. You're not stuck trying to have a jack of all trades, which is really, really, really hard to hire at this point. So that's why we increased our contract services, and that's also why there's also a decrease in the salaries and benefits, because we no longer budgeted the parks mechanic position. Any questions on page 1 for parks?
Do we anticipate spending that kind of money on the mechanic?
Because our stuff is old and was severely neglected. There was stuff that they found just like put back in the back and not worked on and
As
stuff.
far as like weed eaters and mowers and that
Weed
kind of
eaters,
stuff?
mowers, big mowers, the small mowers, just everything needs to be worked on.
Wouldn't it be a little more economical to just do some capital and buy new mowers, new weed eaters?
Which is
rather
something
than
that
try to
they're
fix old
something they're
stuff?
going to need as well. But some of their stuff is really not that old.
Okay.
It just needs actual routine maintenance.
That's just a lot of money to
It
work
is.
on. You know, you could throw that weed eater away and go buy another one for $189 at Home Depot. instead
And
of
some,
spending-
and he has money for that as well when we get to the equipment. But they have a lot of really large pieces of equipment that, you know, some of those boom mowers are $400,000.
Okay. Are those aging to the point that they need to be replaced as well, or?
They will be, yeah. Everything Parks has is aging. Okay, going on to page 2. The big change that we see here is we do have a change in contingencies. So we had given them a contingencies line last year, very similar to what we already discussed earlier, that the city manager had to be able to deal with eventualities and stuff. Eric didn't feel that that was something he needed, and so we went ahead and removed that to give them some more flexibility other places in the budget. So that's the big change you see there. And then at this point, we don't have any capital budgeted for them either. And then as you can see on the next page, we have the 22 positions that Parks is budgeted for, including their park supervisor and their parks foreman, and then their labor and maintenance positions. Any other parks questions?
I think we're good.
Okay. All right, our next one is the zoo. This is the same kind of situation I was talking about with Heather. Kate is extremely good at looking at her revenues and seeing where they are, especially with something as seasonal as the zoo, because she has times where she has very high participation and times where she has lower participation. So she watches this very closely. So she is very confident with the numbers that they're bringing in and then the numbers that we're projecting. I think for FY25, they're actually going to go over their budgeted numbers. They've had a really good year. And so as you can see, even like on the zoo admission fees, they're budgeted at $90,000 and so far they're at 84. So I think they're definitely, as we get into field trips and the summer months and everything, they're going to definitely get up to that 90,000. So we're excited for that, but we're being conservative for FY26 as well. They had some changes in their operational, not because of loss of positions or anything. They just had some people move around. They had some people leave, some new positions. So we went ahead and redid that. As people move off of steps, then it changes where it goes. They didn't have a lot of big asks. We did move some money around. We did increase their program supplies. This is where they buy a lot of the items that they sell at the gift shop, that they use in the junior zookeeper program. So this is an important line for them, and they've done really well with their revenue, so we went ahead and increased that. And then we also increased their animal feed line. Food prices are an extremely important thing for the zoo. They buy a lot of produce and they buy a lot of goods, so they're seeing price increases that most of us are seeing at the grocery store, and that affects the zoo and the bulk quantities that they buy. So we did increase that for them. And then we also did an increase on their water. So they were using a stream of reclaimed water through the duck pond. And then that became evident this year that they can no longer do that. And so they moved that to potable water, which of course costs a lot. So we did increase their water budget to be able to pay for the potable water that's going through the duck pond. Any questions on that first page of the zoo? So the next page is a copy. So we already talked about that. So we can move on to the next page. We increased their credit card fees. These are the fees that we pay the credit card processor to process the credit cards at their site. These go through a third-party processor that they use with their Civic Plus software, and that the more and more people they have paying with credit cards, the more and more fees. So we needed to get that increased. We also increased their travel for them to be able to go to more education, do some more educational stuff, even if it's online, but they also have some travel ones. And then we did decrease their animal expense because we increased their animal expense for FY25 to be able to purchase the new camel, some of the other new animals. So we brought that back to $15,000, which is usually what we leave in there for them for animal expense. So their overall budget change was $12,441.
What's their fuel? Is that just for their little carts to run around, or
That's for their little carts, and then they have 2 vehicles.
2 vehicles? Okay. If we wanted to, I don't know how the rest of the commission feels, but if we wanted a lion, I don't know if y'all remember how old you are, like back when Leroy, I think it was Hercules.
Leo, yeah.
Hercules was his name. You could hear him when I was a little kid. You'd hear him roar every morning. But if we wanted to look into getting a lion back down at the zoo.
So Kate has always said that a lion is actually easy to get. It's we don't have the facility for a lion.
Okay.
So that would be the hard thing, is we would have to get a cage and an exhibit built for the lion, and we'd have to figure out where we wanted to do that with space. She said getting a big cat is not hard. It's just we would need to have the facility in place beforehand. And unfortunately, the zoo has a lot of needs right now. They need their west wall came in at a very high price. They have a sewer line that is going to need to be replaced in conjunction with the duck pond project. So we would have to do something we'd have to do a pretty hefty lift to build that type of exhibit.
Do we kind of have an estimate of what that would run?
I don't think we've ever gone out and had a lion exhibit estimated.
We couldn't have.
We do, well, then
It
we
was
probably
pre-COVID
would need
with,
to get.
yeah, it was pre-COVID with Johnny. I can't remember what it was, but I'm sure whatever it was, it's twice
Probably
as much.
Doubled almost, maybe.
Yeah. And of course, we want to try and fit it with the aesthetic. I mean, they've done a really good job with the exhibits that they have now, trying to get them to blend in. And they have some state money coming up with the restroom and with the bear enclosure. So that work is coming as well.
Okay. Did y'all work up just the price? I'd just like to know
Yeah,
what it would run.
yeah, we can find something else.
And then as far as that sewer line, old Dave's department over there couldn't help out?
It's not Dave's, it's a private sewer line.
It's just so
Oh, it's a
random.
private sewer line?
It would be the same thing as us going and working on Walmart sewer line.
The zoo's a private sewer line?
Yeah, well, as we tell everybody, you own the sewer line up to the manhole. The zoo owns the sewer line up to the manhole.
Okay. Say typically in the past, we have something like that, we would have Public Works or whatever back then go and fix it, and then we just charged them, but it was a lesser fee doing it that way than having a contractor come in and do it.
And then we raised water rates 35%.
Yeah.
30%, actually. I have a correction on that too, but we'll get to that.
I have a vision of a lion getting out and ending up in the middle of White Sands.
Oh, no, Kate's group would never let that happen. Kate's got a fantastic
I was thinking
group.
the middle of the night, actually. I don't.
Kate would never let it out.
Be cool if we could have one that's like semi-tame and just let it roam
Like
around the zoo.
semi-tame.
Just let it roam, you know? That'd be kind of cool. I don't
That
know,
would make us unique.
about 10 or
Lord.
12
Okay.
years ago, we had some, they weren't lion, they were cubs of some, I can't remember what cat it was, but they had them down there and they let us go down there and play with them, and they were just
Oh,
like a
my
house cat.
goodness.
Well, the mountain lion they had, Miss Kitty, I don't know if she's still there or not, but she was, I remember Steve Deal going in there and like scratching her ears, and he was just almost
Even
like,
the bears, I think the bears are fairly friendly too.
yeah.
So-
So,
Oh.
but Kate's staff does an amazing job, so no loose
Do I feel
lions.
like I'm missing anything? No, maybe not. It's 8:25. What are you talking about? Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so as you can see, we've got the zoo manager, they've got some cashiers, they're full-time zookeepers, they're zookeeper lead, and they do have a maintenance technician and an education coordinator. All right, community affairs. So community affairs is a relatively new department for us because as you can see, they don't have any actuals from FY23. Their first budget started in FY24. But this covers marketing and communications, and then Hector, the community affairs manager, and then the tourism specialist is also paid out of here. So that's where their salary and benefits come from. They didn't have any changes to that this year. Relatively small budget because they deal with the budget for the Civic Center and they also deal with the budget for promotions. So they have kind of a small internal operating budget, but they have other pieces to it. Their requests this year were pretty minor. We did decrease their printing because they're looking at going and doing more digital stuff. They felt like they needed less printing material. So then we up their contract services to allow them to do some more of that digital stuff and to work with people on that. And then we also increased their travel to allow them to go to some more trainings. This was something that Dr. Hernandez and I pushed on pretty hard. We have 2 younger marketing people, so we were hoping to be able to get them some training. So that's why we increased that number. Overall, their budget did decrease $9,257, but it's a relatively small budget, not a lot going on for a couple people. And you can see there about, again, when I was talking about Hector, the 2 communication marketing specialists and the tourism specialists. All right, so our next department that we're going to talk about is the library. So the library, same thing, they're really diligent about watching their revenues. They keep track of it. So about the biggest change they asked for is in the library fees. They've seen a decrease in that. So we did decrease their library fees $3,000. And then you'll notice that we don't budget the Otero County money until the agreement is signed with Otero County. So that's a revision that we do as part of the final budget. I know Otero County just recently had their meetings, and I believe they voted to fund the library again. So that will definitely be something we'll be adding in the final budget. But we did include their state grant this year because they are on year 2 of the GEO bond that they received from the state. So they will be receiving $80,000 for that in FY26, and then it'll move on. But the same thing, we don't budget the state library aid until they actually get the contract from the state, and we know what they're getting, how much they're getting. So while it looks like they have some major decreases in revenue, they really don't. It's just waiting for some of those grant agreements to come through. So on to their expenditures. They didn't have any changes in their salary and benefits. They don't have any changes to their positions. The decrease in their books and periodicals, I know that looks like a lot, but what happened was last year we budgeted both, last year, FY25, we budgeted both pieces of the GEO bond. We should have only budgeted one piece of the GEO bond. So we're going to go ahead and just carry that money over. And so while it looks like they had a decrease, they didn't really have a decrease. And then we did something that we will check before the final budget is we don't have any money in buildings and structures for maintenance. One of the reasons that number was in there for FY25 is they had an issue with their gas line, and so we had to get that fixed, but that is also an aging building as well. So we will check that before the final budget to see if we need to include something in there kind of in perpetuity, because it is starting to kind of become an older building. They did increase their internet service. That gives them the opportunity just to provide more internet to patrons. I know they have the jetpacks that they check out and allow people to be able to have more flexibility with their internet. They are decreasing their contract services. Part of this is they are making changes to some of the way that they handle things. So that's one of their decreases. The other thing was during FY25, for the very first part of it, they still had the janitorial contract while they were waiting to hire their maintenance person, who, as we all saw last night, they love. So they don't need that money for FY26 since it was just a little piece. They needed it in FY25. Any questions on their first page? Okay. Their second page, they had a decrease in equipment from FY25 to FY26. And then they also had a decrease in computer hardware. They were able in FY25 to replace a bunch of the public computers. And so those computers actually just arrived recently. They've been installed. So that was a one-time purchase, not something that they need to continue in FY26 as well. And then at this point, they don't have any capital approved for FY26. And then the next page, you can see they have 11.75 positions, including their clerks, their manager, their reference librarians, catalogers, technicians, and their assistant manager. Any questions on the library? Okay, that's our last community service one, so that's good. All right, we're going to move into fire protection. So this is the money that we receive from the state fire fund. This year, we're projecting that we're going to receive $903,000 from them. This is a combination based on our gross receipts tax, based on the amount of admin and fire stations that we have. And so we'll get our award letter for that here probably before the beginning of the fiscal year and allow us to be able to project and see how much that actually is. We don't have any salary and benefits that are coming out of this. The salary and benefits that have been budgeted in FY25 were part of a program that former Chief Adler was trying to get moving, but we actually didn't follow through with that. So the main goal of this is to always try and match revenues with expenditures and try and budget that, but they also do have some available interest money, some cash, because they will start the year with about $137,000 in cash. So they are able to budget their expenditures a little bit over what their revenue is. So we did a lot of switching around of things. You'll notice the maintenance lines especially. We moved a lot of those to the general fund to be able to make it a little bit easier on reporting. Within the last couple of years, the state fire fund has changed substantially. When I first started in finance, they let you do whatever. Like, they didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask you why you were rolling things over. They gave you money and off you went. There's been a lot of administration changes now, and now it gets audited extremely closely. Both the last two audits, we've had to make very small payments back to them. I think like $42 this last time and like $15 the time before because they didn't like something that we bought at Walmart. So, I mean, they are down. They are picky. And so Amanda does a great job of putting all that information together and getting it to them. But we did move some things out of here and into the general fund to allow for some ease. The other thing I want to highlight is on page 2 is under the capital equipment. You'll notice that that's going down 1.3 million. That is for the ladder truck that is on order. So we will carry that $1.3 million over. And what are they telling you? FY20 something?
Fiscal year 27, March 12th, 2027 is when that would actually be built and delivered here to the city.
Jeez.
So the fire truck's in the mail.
Fire truck's on order, right?
Yeah. So
That's crazy.
We'll just keep carrying that over until we actually have to pay our fire truck bill. So, any questions on the fire fund? Okay. Moving on, the next page after that is HIDA. So this is the High Intensity Drug Task Force that we work with through Lee County. So we do not budget this until we receive the award letter in the fiscal year. So at this point, that's why there's no budget in there for
different
FY26.
every year, right?
Well, yeah, so what we tried to do, when we first got it, we were trying to project it, and we were terrible at it.
Yeah.
We were just getting it super wrong. And so we didn't want to overspend what we were going to get. And then they're on a federal fiscal year, so we will roll some money over as part of the carryover, but we won't actually get an award letter from them probably until October or November. So then we go ahead and adjust that in because it just wasn't going well.
Yeah.
After that, we have our Law Enforcement Protection Fund. So this is the money that we receive through DFA from the state. We did just recently receive the award letter, and so I think I have to make an adjustment to this, which this is the one that will definitely be adjusted in between this meeting and when I have you guys approve the preliminary budget at the end of May, because they will not accept my budget if it doesn't match that number. So we'll look at this, but we projected that we'd receive $170,000, And that's split over in-service training equipment and law enforcement equipment. So, and this is another one, it has to net to zero, or else DFA kicks it back. Any questions on the Law Enforcement Protection Fund? Okay. Next one is our cleanup fund. So the revenue from this comes from the franchise fees paid by the garbage provider. So for our sake, it's paid for by Southwest Disposal. And so we have some revenue here. And then we have some expenses, which are program supplies mostly. This is to fund the program that runs the Alamogordo Adopt-A-Spot that runs out of the Parks and Recreation Department. This is the fund we also use to budget for the Keep Alamogordo Beautiful grant, but we no longer apply for that. We do have some available cash in this fund. In the past, this has been split in between streets and Keep Alamogordo Beautiful because it does a lot of graffiti eradication in the past. Right now, we don't have that currently budgeted, but it could be something that could be coming back as well. So this is to fund the Adopt-A-Spot at this point. Any questions?
So just real quick, Commissioner Reardon, we found the initial cost for the Lions, and it was 86,000 then for just the exhibit and the
For the exhibit?
materials.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
And that
basically
was-
That was
staff.
pre-COVID. That was, yeah,
2019?
yeah,
Okay, and that's staff doing the work.
pretty much back then, yeah.
When's the last time we added any, like, larger animals like that to the zoo? What's that?
The camel.
The camel.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That picture of the camel yesterday, I'm like, oh my gosh, we have a special camel. And his name is Lenny. That was even better.
I thought the alpaca was cute.
The alpaca was super cute.
Adorable.
They're all cute. I like how every contractor that works there, like, picks their favorite animals. Like, they all have different animals that they like. Okay, next fund is going to be our traffic safety fund. So this is one that we actually recently revamped. This is fines that are on traffic tickets issued through municipal court, and that's where the revenue comes from it. Initially, that revenue was dictated by an ordinance that was really kind of weird, and it was hard to determine what it could have been used for. So as part of the rewrite of the municipal court fees, they went ahead and clarified the language, being able to use this for equipment and supplies for law enforcement to be able to enforce traffic safety and to be able to teach about traffic safety. So this year we have $81,000 budgeted in other equipment. This one is coming in with a decent fund balance. It's coming in with about $81,000 in fund balance. So it's going to spend that and then whatever additional money it makes. Any questions on traffic safety? Okay. Our next one is the 1984 gross receipts tax that was specifically passed to fund the street maintenance department. So this is a 0.25% gross receipts tax that comes in, so it makes about $2.3 million a year, and then it pays about $41,000 in fees, and the majority, if not all of that money, is then transferred out to Fund 44 to fund street maintenance, and it also pays debt service on a loan that was taken out to do street maintenance that we're getting pretty close to paying off, but we don't have completely paid off yet.
I was going to say, that's,
We have some that are really close. I was kind of excited
that one
looking at the
should be,
debt.
right? I mean, it's getting kind of,
Yeah.
it's aging.
Okay, so that is Fund 42, pretty straightforward. We'll move to Fund 44. So Fund 44 also has its own gross receipts tax that comes in as revenue. It's a 0.0625, so it brings in about $590,000 a year. That, along with the portion we get from the state gasoline tax, we also get 10% from auto licenses for vehicles that are licensed. So all of that goes together to help pay for the streets. So that's about $1.2 million that goes directly into Fund 44, then combined with the money that's transferred out of 42, it brings in about $3.5 million is what it takes to run street maintenance from that. So those are the revenues, and then it does transfer out some to internal services to pay for the internal services that street maintenance uses. So our first part of Fund 44 in terms of expenditures is our Public Works Administration. So this takes into account the Public Works Director and the Public Works Admin. So there are some changes here in the allocation of the salaries and benefits. This is one of the places that one of the mechanics was charging to, so we went ahead and fixed that. So now, not all of Director Vargas's salary charges here. He is also split some into the internal service fund because he oversees facility maintenance and fleet maintenance. So this is his portion that's charged to the Public Works Fund. They have a relatively small budget, didn't have a lot of changes. I do want to highlight their number in their contract services. So their contract services is pretty high for an admin department. And the reason it's up there is we want to give him funds to be able to fund designs and to be able to fund traffic studies. That is something that's come up a lot recently to Public Works, is he needs to be able to, when he gets these requests through the different projects, we need to be able to go to the on-call contractors and have them do the traffic studies. So that's why there's a large number in contract services, is giving Director Vargas some flexibility in getting those contractors on board. Any questions on Public Works Admin?
We're good.
Okay. Our next one is going to be street maintenance. So this is the street maintenance division that we've all heard so much about, and Eddie did a good job presenting yesterday. So we have, they did not have any changes in positions. The only thing that they did have is they had some reallocations and some corrections of some of those allocations. So you will see that they did have an increase in markings and signs of $50,000. That was to be able to make sure that they could start their sign replacement program back up, be able to fund that. So that was a big change for them. And then we also increased their street maintenance money to be able to continue to fill the patches, do the patches, keep up with what was being opened up. And we wanted to go ahead and make sure that they had the supplies and everything necessary for that. You will see that they had a decrease in contract services here. That was trying to consolidate all of that contract money under one department, and that's why we moved it all into the admin side, because there were some in street maintenance, there were some here, there were some. So now that's all under the control of Public Works Admin, so it's not separated out. But they still have money in contract services, and the majority of that is for the planned striping projects. So that is to be able to fund striping, that they have striping funded in FY26, but they also have striping funded in FY25. Any questions on that first page for the street maintenance? Okay. Second page for the street maintenance, you'll see we went ahead and decreased their fuels 10,000. Their fuels was substantially higher than what they were actually using. So we went ahead and adjusted that and allowed them then to increase their equipment. Director Vargas gave us a pretty intense list, along with Eddie, of the different equipment they needed. That wears out. I mean, they do some heavy work. So we went ahead and increased their equipment line to offset that decrease they had. And then, as you can see on the next page, this details out the 13 positions that they currently have budgeted. The streets maintenance manager, the laborers, the technician, the journeymen, and the foreman. So they have 13 positions currently budgeted. Any questions on street maintenance? Okay. So the next page goes into weeds and drainage. So as you can see, this has been consolidated down into a much more consolidated budget revolving around contract services. So it became very clear during the budget process that the current system of maintaining weeds and maintaining drainage was not working. And so it was determined that it was better to move forward with an outsourced RFP task order situation. And so that is what the budget is reflecting here. So went ahead and took the money out of salaries and benefits, out of a lot of the supplies and everything, and moved that into drainage maintenance, contract services. The numbers that are in other, this is also an error that I will correct before I bring this to you for approval on the preliminary side. Those should also be zeroed out. They just did not get moved. They need to be moved up to contract services as well.
Which
So
one was that?
Huh?
What was that? I'm sorry.
The one that, so there's a number in other travel, equipment, fuels, tools, and uniforms, that those numbers don't need to be there. It's
Okay, I gotcha.
36,100. It just, that block did not get moved to contract services like it should have. So I know Director Vargas is working on the RFP to put that out for an on-call agreement with master service agreements. We've talked a lot about the job costing for that, the different ways that that's going to work in the different plans, and I know he's been working diligently on getting that. Should hit the street here shortly and give him the opportunity to mobilize a much larger, much more dedicated group.
I was just going to ask you about that, actually.
So these are outside sources who will come in and do this?
It'll be contractors, yes.
It won't be city employees?
Won't be city employees.
What are we currently doing right now?
Currently, right now, we have a small contract, but we don't have anything else until the RFP goes out.
So the small contract's taking care of everything that this department used to do?
Yeah, well, that department wasn't doing a lot, so there wasn't a lot to take care of. But there's going to be a lot for the contractors to do.
Okay. So, I mean, basically, this department would just take care of the ditches, basically?
They'll take care of the ditches, the culverts, the inlets, shaping, the dirt work, the brush removal, the maintenance on the McKinley Channel that we've got to get caught up with, the sediment basins, making sure we spent a lot of money cleaning out the sediment basins. We need to keep up with them so that we don't have to go back and spend another $500,000 cleaning them out again. Okay. Our next department is going to be engineering. This is something that I wanted to highlight on the transfer in. Currently, right now, we show the transfer in all coming from Fund 61, which is the 91 gross receipts tax. This is something that we will adjust before we bring you the final preliminary as well. That needs to be allocated out across the different funds that are utilizing engineering services. Just haven't found a particularly good allocation yet. And so I didn't want to bring you one that I wasn't happy with. So we'll be adjusting that, and then we'll highlight that when we bring it on the 28th for approval. But then moving on to their expenses. So as you can see, there's definitely increases in their expenses. The majority of these increases come from the new positions that were approved, including the civil engineer and the project manager. The other thing that this is coming from is the inspectors that have been moved under engineering. Their allocations were not moved to the engineering fund. So we needed to get that done for FY26 as well, because we had one that was in 81, we had one that was in 40, actually we had two that were in 81, we had one that was in 44. So we're getting them all consolidated now, as well as they did get approved for a admin assistant. So that is a new position that's on there. So this budget is seeing increases in fleet parts and equipment to be able to handle the new vehicles that are going to be coming into the department, and then also to be handling some equipment that needs to be bought for the inspectors to do more GIS information and to do more possible testing and everything like that. So there's some more things that are going to be done, and so they need equipment for that. Same thing, they need an increase on the cell phone expense. Everybody's cell phone expense needs to be under this fund. And then also, we did some consolidation of lines here, because as you can see, we had consultants and we also had contract services, and it was kind of confusing. So we moved everything under contract services so that any of the ancillary items that the engineering department handles for their project management can be paid out of the contract services and not split. They did have a marketing budget for FY25 that's pretty robust, so we didn't give them a marketing budget for FY26 because we are just going to carry over what we have left at the end of FY25. We did increase the travel, we increased the equipment, the computer software, fuels and uniforms, just to account for the increase of positions, as hopefully we'll be able to hire another project manager along with a civil engineer and another inspector, because we have a vacant position there as well. And then the GIS coordinator is also retiring, so we'll be looking at what we're going to do with that position as well.
That major increase in the operational salaries, is that, we didn't have the engineer budgeted prior?
We had the engineer budgeted prior, but we didn't have him budgeted for a full year, him or her. So we have to budget him or her for a full year. And then also the inspectors were in two different funds. So we brought the three inspectors back into the right fund.
Into that fund, okay.
Yeah.
So that's, so we'll reduce in one of the other funds, but.
Correct. So it reduced 44 and 81.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions on engineering?
Their admin assistant, what exactly will they be doing?
Invoices, requisitions, giving one point of contact, because right now there's not somebody in the office. So there'll be a point of contact for engineering. They'll also be working on the wage decisions, handling some things for safety, not a lot, but they'll be handling some of the things for safety. Budget adjustments. Okay, so the next page is safety. As we've hit on a couple times already this evening, this is moving safety from the Human Resources Department over to the Engineering Department and expanding their scope from not only handling safety just for the city departments, but also handling safety out on the job sites with our contractors. So this is a brand new budget that was built kind of based off of what they had in HR, but also added some additional items. So if there's any questions on any of these items, we can talk more about kind of what goes into them. But this is for the two safety positions that currently exist. So that is the safety specialist and the safety coordinator.
How come they're not under their list of employees, the safety people?
They are the next page. They're on their own list.
Ah, there they are, okay.
I should have put the engineering one before them, but I put them together.
But they'll all be under engineering, right?
They're all under engineering, yeah. We just thought that this way would make it a little bit cleaner to be able to see what was safety money, what was engineering money.
I mean, the safety, I mean, what is it, like, making sure we're in our hard hats, our steel-toed boots?
Yeah, PPE is a huge deal, making sure that the contractors are all held to that standard. And also, you know, making sure all the employees are held to that standard. What else? I got PPE.
OSHA compliance, SDS compliance, making sure that staff have their adequate training hours so we can comply with the self-insurance fund requirements for the state, helping investigate minor incidents to even major incidents, tracking them all the way until we hand them back over to HR. I mean, there's a lot of things that aren't getting done that we're hoping to start getting done.
And the other thing I do need to highlight on here is they were approved for a new position, which is the safety training coordinator. Right now, our training is very sporadic. We have kind of people all over the place, hiring trainers, doing training, everything like that. So this position is approved to be able to get that more consistent, along with doing several administrative functions.
Any more questions?
All right.
Okay.
Okay, our next one is Fund 69, which is the 1994 gross receipts tax. This is my favorite tax because it's the goofy one that can be used for fire substations, police stations, the library, a couple other weird little things. So right now, the main thing that is coming out of it is it does pay debt service into Fund 59. So that right now is the only transfer out that we have of it, but there will be some transfer outs that's going to carry over because it is funding some capital improvements for some different places. So a lot of those will carry over, but the only new one for FY26 is the debt service. Okay. Our next fund is Fund 71. This is the senior center. Their revenues, they project these for their user fees, their miscellaneous revenue. A lot of their miscellaneous revenue is donations, donations for meals, donations for transportation. It can be really great or it can be really not great. It's pretty sporadic, so we try and be very conservative with it and give them targets that they can hit. Because as we know, they don't charge for meals at the senior center, but you are expected to give a donation, and some people do and some people don't. And then going down to the grants, they receive money from the NSIP program to purchase food for both their home delivered and their congregate meals. And then they also receive state and federal money to operate their home delivered, their congregate meals, their transportation, and their fitness programs. And so that is all together there in their state and federal grants. So as I was talking about earlier, our goal with our transfer in is to be able to fund the expenses for the building that are not covered by the state and the salaries and benefits for those programs. So if we go to the next page, we look at their salaries and benefits. So this is all of their programs lumped together, but like I said, everything is broken out into the different programs. And then we also break it out in between. They have some local programs that they have to locally fund, and they have some buildings stuff that they locally fund as well. So the majority of this that's under supplies and that's under the majority of what's under supplies is funded completely by the state and federal money. Where we start coming in and funding everything is under maintenance. We also fund the utilities. They are able, with their state and federal money, to fund a lot of the services. They can fund some of the insurance. We locally fund the fees. And then on the next page, under other, it's kind of a mixed bag. We can fund some of the other stuff, and there's some things that they can fund, like the volunteer travel. Some of their special events can be funded with the state and federal money. So our goal always is to maximize that money and make sure we're using it for the purposes of their program. That's kind of a moving target. The state giveth and the state taketh away. And so we're always kind of looking to see where we're at locally and everything. But Magdalena is very good about coming in with those grant amounts and balancing them with her supplies, and then we come in and fill in the backside. Any questions on the senior center? Okay.
I guess not.
And there's a list of their positions, including their senior center manager, home services supervisor, senior services supervisor. I cannot say those words. And then their different coordinators and drivers they have. And then, of course, the kitchen staff, which really makes it all go forward. Fund 74 is the Senior Center Gift Fund. This is one, over the years, it is funded by donations, and it's also funded sometimes by bequeathments out of wills and trusts. So they have developed a pretty healthy cash balance. They'll probably start FY26 with about $96,000. Magdalena has been working to kind of decrease that and get things bought, use this money to make improvements to the senior center and use it to improve their equipment and their vehicles. So for FY26 at this point, we just have money budgeted in special events. This is where they pay for a lot of their, like their New Year's Eve party, their some of the Christmas stuff they do, some of the St. Patrick's things. A lot of the special events, some of the appreciation events and stuff that they put on comes out of the Senior Center Gift Fund. Any questions? Okay, our next one is the Senior Volunteer Fund. This is funded with a state grant that funds the Senior Companion Program and the Foster Grandparent Program. This last year, they also got to work on the CCP, which was kind of an experimental program, and so that took money out of the Senior Companion and moved it into there. We're not sure if they're going to have that for FY26, so we only budgeted money for the Senior Companion and the Foster Grandparent. So again, this is the majority of their expenditures are paid for with those two grants. They receive $139,000 out of that with that, and then we as the city, we contribute another $32,000 to fill in the gaps, which really mostly again ends up being the salaries and benefits. So we try and use the grant money to pay for all of the supplies and the services and everything that's needed. If you haven't met Julia Renee Reynolds, who runs this program, she is really cool. She's doing a really good job. Very nice lady. So but there's balances to that grant and then also to the $32,000 that the city is providing. Any questions on that? Okay. So our next one is Fund 89. This is the environmental gross receipts tax. So this is a restricted gross receipts tax that can only be used for certain environmental things such as the post-closure at the old landfill, and any of the sewer upgrades, anything that helps the environmental well-being. So this is a 0.0625, so it brings in about $590,000 a year. And for FY26, we have it budgeted. We always put $250,000 in sewer pipeline replacement to be used for those pipelines that blow out that are outside of our normal plans. And then, of course, we have to pay the gross receipts admin tax on it. So that's what we have budgeted for FY25. We do, however, sometimes use this as a transfer out to Fund 81 to provide a portion of the sewer work for projects in 81. And then, of course, whatever we don't spend this year in the post-closure for the La Luz landfill, we will carry over. I think I saw that bill the other day. It's like, again, it's like $16,000. So we'll probably carry over like about $114,000. Any questions on Fund 89? Okay. Fund 96 is our self-insured fund. This is the fund we were talking about earlier when I was talking about the collision fees not being calculated. This was the fund that the collision fees were not calculated for. So we collect those fees from the departments to replenish the fund balance in this fund, because this is where we pay for our self-paid vehicle insurance claims. And unfortunately, those are pretty high. As you can see in FY23, we were at 53,000. We had a terrible year in FY 2024 because we went up to almost $190,000. Thank you, police and fire.
going to hit each other.
So, it's been better in FY25. Everybody's been a little bit better, but we do have $100,000 budgeted for FY26.
You gotta elaborate, what did police and fire do?
Well, let's see, how many cars you guys wrecked that year? 3?
Our fault.
5? No.
Oh.
And then Jerry had a wounded fire truck that actually Amanda and I were even talking about earlier today. It's still like a wounded fire truck. One of our fire trucks hit one of our fire
I
trucks.
think I remember that.
So we got to pay for all of it.
Both of them. Okay.
Yeah. So FY25 has been better.
Keep up the
So,
good work.
Yeah, we're getting. But now we have safety.
No, we have safety.
One of our fire
Good
guys is
point.
no longer
Just in
here.
time.
So our next department is 107. So this is another self-paid claims, but this is where we pay our self-paid claims, our tort claims. Whenever we have to pay legal settlements, we pay it out of this fund. We try and keep about $500,000 in here. We're scheduled to start the year with $437,000, which actually I think we're going to be closer to $1 million, because we started last year with $957,000. I don't think we're going to spend the $535,000 that we currently have budgeted. So we're going to be able to start the year closer to $1 million. But like I said, this is where we pay any settlements that our insurance or New Mexico Municipal League will not cover. And then all of our small tort claims that we get on a pretty regular basis come out of Fund 107. Any questions on that? Okay. Fund 2026 is a new fund. This is where our opioid settlement funds need to be recorded. Currently, I don't have them recorded there, but I will by the end of the fiscal year. So it will have a cash balance in it. Right now, the only thing we have budgeted for FY26 is some investment income, but we will be paying a portion of the flock system for year 2 out of this fund. So that will be something that will be added here, probably in the final budget, because we'll have more of an idea of where we are with that project. But we are required to put those opioid settlement funds in a separate fund. And then Fund 127, this is the fund that was created when it passed to rededicate the gross receipts tax from economic development. So now this is where the 0.125% is going to go. It should generate about 1.17 million next year, and we have about $100,000 of projected investment income. Obviously, the main expense that's going to come out of here and is currently coming out of here in FY25 is the design for the new natatorium. We transferred $4 million out of Fund 105 into this. That design is currently ongoing. As we get a little bit further with that, then we'll start applying for the bond, gross receipts tax bond, that will pay for the actual installation and construction of the pool. So right now it kind of looks a little lopsided, but it is having activity in it, and it is having money charged against it. So, and then once we know what that debt service is, once we know the initial out-of-pocket costs, and then we'll be able to see how much we have left over of that gross receipts tax and possibly dedicate it to other quality of life improvements. Okay, that is it for special revenue. Does anybody have any questions on any of the special revenue funds that we covered?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Soon type. All right, our next one is capital. So we're going to talk about the Grant Capital Fund, which is going to go really fast. We're going to talk about CDBG, which is going to go really fast, and all these other ones that are going to go really fast. They ain't got a lot going on right now. All right, so let's talk about our grant capital fund. So this is where we record the money that we receive from state and federal grants. So currently, we have all of our state and federal grants recorded in, that we have through FY25. We have not actually received official word about what got approved in the legislative session. I did notice today, I was looking up some lists, and I saw that they had put out some more information, so I'm expecting we're going to see it soon. If we see it in time to add it to the preliminary budget for the 28th meeting, we'll do that. If we don't, then it'll be part of the final budget. And of course, that's going to be money that we won't see until probably October or November from the most recent legislative session. But we do have all of the signed contracts through the 2024 legislative session. All of that is budgeted. And then, of course, anything that's not completed will get carried over. So that's the first part where it's talking about non-departmental. You'll see like that's all zeros because of that. The next part is the capital outlay animal control. So this is a division of the Fund 24. And this is where we have been recording the Carol Petrie money that we've been receiving pretty regularly for animal control. So hopefully we'll be able to continue that since Deborah Osborne is no longer with us as a grant coordinator. Hopefully we get that position filled soon and we can have somebody reach out and continue the relationship. Although Debbie is working for us on a contract basis, which is great. So hopefully we can continue that really good relationship. But as of right now, we don't have a new signed agreement, so we're not going to have a new budget in there. Next page is the same thing. This is our APD, DWI, and STEP. This is something that Deputy Chief Glidden is in charge of, and I'm sure he's super excited about it. But it's another one that we don't record the budget until we actually have the allocations for the fiscal year. And so this just funds the overtime for the DWI and STEP programs come out of this fund. So not a lot to talk about in Fund 24 until we get some more signed agreements. So we're going to move on to the capital outlay CDBG, which is Fund 48. We have not applied for a new CDBG grant. We cannot apply for a new CDBG grant until we have a grant coordinator. And also CDBG has changed some of their regulations. You do now actually have to have a professional program administrator. You can't administer it in-house anymore. So if we decide to go out for another CDBG, we would have to probably hire the COG to be our program administrator. Which isn't a bad thing. CDBG is very complicated and it has a lot of paperwork to it. So I understand where they're coming from. But just at this point, there's no plans to apply for another CDBG grant. I gotta let the memories of the last one settle a little bit. Our next fund is going to be Fund 49. This is, for some reason, not on my list. This is the gross receipts tax in 1994. It brings in $2.35 million a year. This is a fund that we've used for a lot of different things. Currently, we're using it for our well improvements. So we put $200,000 in there every year to help us deal with issues that arise with the well and make sure that we're meeting those and not having to wait on revisions and getting those done timely. The other thing, we do pay some contract services out of here. So right now we're paying for some design out of this fund. And then it does pay some debt service. So it pays about $537,000 in debt service right now for water and sewer. Okay. Next one is Fund 54. This is one that we will close this year. This was the initial capital outlay fund for the RO plant over there on LaBelle. This was only used to fund the construction. It does not fund anything to do with the operation. Operational money for the RO plant would live in Fund 81 in the water production area. So there is, at this point, the construction is done, the capital outlay on it is done, so we can go ahead and close Fund 54. Fund 56, this is the one I was talking about earlier when it comes to the Corps of Engineers. This is the one that I am scared to close because I just want to get a letter from the Corps before we close it. And that way we're not, possibly having to get them additional funds. So we'll leave that one open until we actually get a letter from the Corps. Next one is Fund 61, which is another gross receipts tax fund. It's an infrastructure fund. It's 0.0625, so it brings in $590,000 a year. The majority of this one right now is going to fund the engineering department. And so this is the one that I was talking about. I am going to change the allocation on that. But right now, the transfer out to fund engineering is 1.1, but that will go down as we allocate it to other funds. Okay, our next one is Fund 105. This is the Economic Development Fund. So this one no longer has a gross receipts tax attached to it because that's the gross receipts tax that was rededicated and moved over to the quality of life. And so now it has a fund balance of $4.2 million. And so as we have different people come and apply for the LEDA and go through the process for that, we would budget anything that you all approve in terms of providing funding for that, because there is still a pretty healthy cash balance in there. The two things that are budgeted in here right now is $50,000. That's for marketing that goes to the Chamber of Commerce for their marketing contract that they have and economic development contract that they have. And then also $25,000 in software, because this is where we pay for the Placer AI software that we use to track movement throughout the city and see who's coming to our special events, who's coming to our parks, who's coming to everything. And so we pay for that here out of economic development. Okay, our next one is Fund 109. This is our Main Street Capital Fund. So it actually has two gross receipts tax that go to it. Both are 0.25 allocations, and it brings in $4.7 million a year. We pay for a lot of things out of here. We pay, obviously, our gross receipts admin, but we also transfer out about $1 million to pay for debt service on one of the street replacement loans. And then, as you can see, we don't have anything budgeted right now in the capital lines, but that's because we have significant projects budgeted in FY25 that will be rolling over. And then we'll also, as they come available, as they get designed, we'll bring the WSRPs because that is where the street portion of those is funded out of Fund 109. There's a lot of different things in the works that are coming down that we'll be paying out of 109. So it's projected to start the year with a cash balance of $10 million. It's going to be higher than that because of some of the things that are carried over. It's projected to end the year with $14 million, but there will definitely be a lot of projects that will quickly suck up that $4 million a year. So this is something in the future we're definitely going to have to do a cash balance analysis of looking at what projects we can afford to do with 109 and how we can leverage that going forward, and balancing that with what projects we can afford to do with Fund 81 and make sure that they line up and that we're not depleting one fund more than the other. But we're actually spending that down. It has been a lot higher, so we're getting a lot of street capital moved. The sidewalk revolving fund, we tried to close, but it had like $2.45 in it. So I will try again and close it in FY25. So we can move past that one. It has no FY26 budget. Fund 119, this is the quality of life bond from 2012. All of the bond money has been spent, and they are just spending down the interest. They are projected to start the year with $13,000, and they should be able to spend all of that out. So in FY26, we'll be able to close out Fund 119. Fund 121 is the bond fund for the Fund Center. Again, it only has interest left in it. There's $96,000 in there. Most likely, the majority of that is going to need to go to doing some improvements at the Fund Center. Once it gets operational, I'm sure there is something that is going to be needed. So we're kind of holding on to that to be able to make adjustments there. Fund 122 is the GEO bond fund for streets. This is money that we're going to go ahead by the end of the year and transfer back into 109 to be used for street capital. And then 124 is the American Rescue Plan Act. And so the American Rescue Plan Act was the $7.5 million that we received from the federal government to do improvements. So we have obligated all $7.5 million of this money. We did utility assistance payments. We did an irrigation upgrade at Alameda Park. We are currently in the process of doing a communication upgrade at the zoo. We used it to rehab 2 tanks for the utility, and then we're using it to rehab and improve the SCADA system out at the utilities department. We also used it to increase security and surveillance at all the utility sites as well. So put the money to good use. We're going through it. And then I expect we will have the majority of it spent by the end of FY26.
Can you just go into what the communication upgrade is?
Sure. Which part? Any part in general?
I thought you said the zoo.
The zoo, yeah. So,
$3 million.
well, it wasn't, that's not all the zoo.
Okay.
The zoo didn't get all of it.
All right, I'm with you now.
So there's a couple different parts that's under that communications.
Okay.
So the zoo is one of them. And so we have always had an issue in between where the gift shop is and where the admin office and the education building is. And that's because of all the trees. It's hard to get a wireless point-to-point link. And so what this project is doing is it's actually running a fiber backbone down the middle of the zoo so that those 2 buildings can connect via fiber and not worry about point-to-point. It's also, though, installing lighting with smart light poles, so they'll be able to pull that fiber into the light poles and offer Wi-Fi, offer possibly cameras if they wanted to do cameras on it, and just kind of offer more availability of communications throughout the zoo. It's going to be nice. Yeah, it's good. They're working on it right now. Zuni's doing a good job. So, and then the other piece to that communications is the SCADA upgrades at all of the water sites. So SCADA is the incredibly technical way that all of the water production talks to itself, including the tanks and the valves and the plants and everything. And so that is a huge system that requires a great deal of coordination. And ours, unfortunately, is a little bit outdated, a little bit scattered. And so we have a great company working on it. They're redesigning it, everything from PLCs to HMIs to a bunch of other acronyms that I don't understand when the guys talk. But it looks really cool, and it's going to be a huge upgrade. And then the other piece of that was upgrading the surveillance at those water sites as well, with cameras and intrusion switches and a lot of other things.
And the money has to be spent by when?
Money has to be spent by the end of 2026.
Okay.
End of the calendar year 2026.
By December.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. And that's our last capital outlay fund. So any other questions on capital outlay? Okay. We're going to touch on debt really quick. So we have 3 debt funds. We have Fund 53. That is our general obligation debt fund. It is paid for with property taxes. So this covers the 2014 bond for the Fund Center, the 2014 bond for the streets, and the 2017 GEO bond. We have Fund 59, which covers all of the other funding that we have. So refunding the flood control and natatorium, streets, more flood control, and then we also refinanced loans 15 and 16. So all of those come out of Fund 59 as well. And then we have our third one, which is our water sewer. So we've got our loans 3, 4, 11, 17, 18, 22, 23, 24, our drinking water state revolving Bonito Lake dam, and then our new PPRF 6510, which funds the utilities projects. So all of these are funded with transfers in, except for the general obligation, which is funded with the revenue from the property taxes. And so the debt is set by our debt schedules that we agree to in the agreements. We pay the principals, we pay the interest. There's just not really any flexibility for us. Got to do what we got to do. Anybody have any questions on debt? Okay, let's talk about enterprise funds. Enterprise funds, the definition of the enterprise fund is it is a fund that charges user fees to offset the operational expenses. The goal is to charge enough user fees that you do not have to subsidize the enterprise funds. Unfortunately, we do not meet that goal in all of our enterprise funds. So currently, our water sewer, our solid waste collection, which is the convenience center transfer station, Bonito Lake Campground, because they don't have a lot, and the Otero Green Tree landfill are the ones that are not subsidized. We do, however, subsidize the golf course and the airport. Okay, so our first page on enterprise funds is the water sewer revenue, and I do have to make a correction because I was wrong about the increases for the water rates. So the 5-year plan that we passed was 30%, 25%, 20%, 20%, and 7%. So thank you, Dave, who went and got the study, and we got it right. So that, on the record, that's where we're at. So our July 1st increase will be the 25%. The amounts that are in the budget for the water sewer revenue are directly out of the rate study that I had in front of me when I did it, so I know that they're correct. So these are based on the consumption and everything that we are currently seeing and out of the study than when we were doing the study. We do have our rate consultant going over all of our numbers from so far in fiscal year 25. He'll be producing a report for us that we'll bring in front of you guys in June to let you look at to see what's trending. Did consumption trends stay the same? Did consumption trends change? Did new accounts, increase? Did they decrease? Did we have a lot of people opt out of doing service that we thought maybe they would for base rates? So we'll have a lot of information for you to bring forward in that. Any questions on water and sewer revenue? Okay. Enterprise funds, the water sewer transfers out. They transfer to 2 different funds at this point, the internal service fund and then also to Fund 82, which is the debt service for water sewer. This will change because we will adjust the allocation for Fund 63, which is engineering, so there will be an increase in the transfers out there. Enterprise funds, Bonito Reservoir. So these are the operating expenditures for the dam portion of Bonito Lake. So right now, the only expenses that we have there are the electrical and phone service that are going to the control house for the dam. And at this point, we don't have any capital planned at Bonito Lake for the reservoir portion. Okay. Our next part is going to be central receiving. So this is what we were talking about. As you can see, we removed all of the allocations out of Fund 81 and moved those to Fund 12 to better do our allocations. We did, however, leave the operating expenditures in there because there is a large portion of utility items that are in there. So we wanted to make sure that those were identified. Really, they had very minimal changes, only a couple $100. The biggest change they had was in contract services because they did have a one-time expenditure in FY25 that will not repeat in FY26. And then we did go ahead and have them increase their equipment because they were looking at replacing some of the shelving that's starting to become obsolete and needs to be replaced. So overall, it shows a substantial decrease to their budget, but that is because of the change in the allocations. Any questions on central receiving? Okay. Utility billing. This is for the utility billing department. And so this covers the staff that works up front at the payment windows, and then also the staff that works in the back for the billing, and then the meter readers. So there was a change here. We reclassified 2 positions from utility maintenance into utility billing to increase our meter reader staff numbers. We are so busy and there's so much to do in terms of turn-ons, turn-offs, cut-offs, everything like that, that they don't really have any time to train and increase their level of skill. So right now I have meter technicians and I have meter readers, and we'd like to be everybody to get up to the skill level of where they're all meter technicians, but we can't do that when it's just like nonstop and there's no chance. So Nunley agreed to let us reclassify 2 positions and move those over. And then also we'll be bringing over more of the maintenance on the meters into the meter staff versus they go out there, they look at it, then they call utility maintenance. Utility maintenance comes and looks at it, and it's kind of scattered. So we're trying to consolidate all of the meter maintenance into utility billing and taking some of that off of utility maintenance. So that's where the change in the operational salaries comes from. Other than that, there's not a lot of changes, a little bit of a decrease in office supplies, an increase in contract services. As we're working through our change in our software, we're going to be going to a different payment system. We're going to be going to a different smart meter system. And so there's some changes in the contract services that go along with that. We also needed to increase our postage because postage keeps going up. So we needed an increase there, but we did decrease our other equipment. We haven't had to buy as much things. We haven't had to buy as many locks. Our locks, knock on wood, are holding up. So overall, we did see a decrease in our budget, but the only reason we're showing a decrease in the budget is because of the capital equipment. So we added the $300,000 that we've been adding every year as we move towards a meter replacement program. So we'll carry over the 1.02 that's in there now. So when we do the final budget, we will be at $1.3 million, continuing to work towards our meter replacement because we are reaching the end of life of our current AMR meters. So as you can see on the next page, that just shows you the breakdown of the utility billing staff, our utility billing manager, the 3 customer service representatives, our billing clerks, collection clerks, and then our 4 meter readers, 2 meter technicians, and our meter technician supervisor. And someday we would love to be fully staffed, but it's a struggle.
So are we going to go back to the old system of meter readers?
No, we're not going to go back to the old system of meter readers, but we're actually maintaining our system now. And because we're maintaining our system now, we're staying at a 90% rating instead of being in like an 80% reading. We also are still reading about 1,500 meters by hand. And so we've been exploring other options to be able to replace our meters because that's something that's going to need to happen sooner rather than later. And so we have some really interesting proposals that we'll be bringing to you all here in the near future about going to that. I requested 4 additional positions. I did get approved for 4 additional positions because we know that we're going into a meter replacement and we're going into a changeover. And so we want to see what that looks like before we start approving additional staff.
Okay. When we did the initial radio read changeover, the cell from staff was we won't need these positions anymore.
And that was totally dishonest.
Yeah, it's pretty much was a lie. I just, so we spent all the money, plus we're gonna end up hiring the staff back to.
And we needed to probably spend $4 million more than we did because we didn't do all the meters and nobody made any plan for how they were going to maintain them because they take a ton of maintenance. I mean, the batteries die all the time. The little ETRs die all the time. I mean, we get these error logs and somebody has to go out and check the error logs. They don't heal themselves. And they don't heal themselves when somebody pulls them out of the ground or when somebody parks over the top of them or so. Yeah, I know what y'all were told.
Yeah.
Any
So
other
you're-
questions
So you're
on?
saying staff lies to us?
Huh?
So you're saying staff lies to us?
I'm saying that staff member did.
Okay.
We don't want to talk about that staff member.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, that seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
It was a lifetime ago. It was a different
It
world.
really, yeah. But one you'll never forget. So
Oh, yeah.
There's that.
Oh, yeah. Any other questions on utility billing? Okay. Our next department is utility administration. So this covers the budget for Director Nunley and for his admin assistant. They are not paid 100% out of Fund 81. They are allocated in between Fund 81 and Fund 94, which is the landfill. So there is a different allocation there. And then their budget is pretty straightforward. Like most of our admin budgets, they didn't request a lot of changes. A little bit of a decrease in the cell phone. This one also, the decrease in here is part of one of the inspectors was being paid out of here. So that's why we're seeing the decrease in the salaries and benefits there. The cell phone was the same sort of thing. We were doing the allocations, making sure they were allocated right. The contract services, we had some design services, some other stuff here, and that's a one-time expenditure. And we're also trying to consolidate that more under the maintenance and water production rather than under the admin. So that was the change there. The administrative fees, those are the fees that go directly into the general fund as part of paying for being the enterprise fund. And so that's the crux of it. Are there any questions on utility administration? Okay. All right, utility maintenance. So utility maintenance, there is an error on this because it's showing that they have no operational budget. So we will need to fix that. They do have an operational budget. They will have a decrease in their operational budget because they are reassigning those two positions to utility billing, but it's not at 100%. So we need to find out where the salaries and benefits for utility maintenance went. We did see a decrease for them in their construction supplies, partially because they have an extreme increase this year, and we did give them, however, $320,000 for next year. And then we also really increased their maintenance, water, and sewer further down. So we did increase that because they are putting out product and they are doing a lot of work, and so we want to make sure that they have all of the materials and everything that they need to do the work for. Are there any questions on the utility maintenance front sheet? Okay, their second page, they had some changes here. We also need to check that equipment number because that doesn't look right either. What's going on with utility maintenance? They didn't request very many changes other than we do need to check that equipment number, and we did decrease their tools a little bit, but not too big of changes. And they do currently have 18 positions, and that is what they're budgeted. Any questions on utility maintenance? Okay, water reclamation, which is also the wastewater plant. So they received new positions. They received a collections crew that was a direct request from the state, because currently what they're doing is the water plant operators are going out, they leave the plant, they go out, they work on the manholes, they work on the sewer lines, they go back, they run the plant. And the state did send us a report saying that we needed to have a collections crew that was dedicated to working on the sewer lines and the manholes and the actual collection system. So they were approved to have 3 wastewater sewer collection operators. So that's the increase in their budget, is the adjustment for those 3 new positions. Other than that, they did not request a lot of changes. As you can see, they had a small increase to safety, a small increase to maintenance, a little bit of change to construction. And then the same thing in their maintenance lines, everything, all in all, was pretty flat. It ended up only being an increase of $538. They did have some money in contract services in FY25 for some designs and some plans. That was a one-time expenditure. If that's not completed, which I don't think it will be by the end of FY25, that will carry over to FY26. And then the same thing, their lab services were high this year. They are approved for some lab positions, so they're hoping that they can get those lab positions filled, and that will allow them to have a decrease in their services. They also had a carryover from FY24 to FY25 because the lab was behind in billing, so that's where that decrease comes from. Any questions on the first page of water reclamation? Okay. Second page of water reclamation, just some minor changes. Everything's really small, and then at this point they don't have any new capital in FY26. Anything that's not done in FY25 will carry over, of course, and that will include some of the capital that's going to be charged to the $28 million loan. Any questions on water reclamation?
Oh.
Okay. Water production. So water production, budgeted water production a little bit different. They did not get a new position, but they were budgeted for a lot of trainees, which is not what we're currently trying to do in recruiting. We're trying to recruit some of the higher level positions. So I adjusted some of their budgeting to budget for the higher level positions and not just the trainees. So that's where the increase is coming in salaries and benefits. We also increased their maintenance supplies because that's some money that they need to be able to run the plants. They felt that there needed to be an increase there. So we went up $22,000, but we did decrease their water treatment supplies by the same amount, so that ended up washing out for us. Everything else is pretty small increases. We did increase the generator maintenance to offset because they have some new gen sets, so we want to make sure we keep those maintained at the level that they're supposed to. And the same thing with the contract services. There are some one-time contract services that are in water production that will carry over from FY25 to FY26. A lot of designs, including the new road out to the La Luz plant to replace the Valley View road that's kind of dangerous right now. So we're interested to see what that number is going to come back at because that's currently in design. Any questions on the first page of water production? Okay. Next. Second page, again, really small increases, nothing to really write home about. A little bit of change in the software support fees and a little bit of change in the equipment. And then not anything currently in capital improvement. Again, things will carry over, and then there will be additional things to account for with the current loan. And they currently have 14 positions budgeted under the budget. That brings us to water sewer capital. So this is all of the capital projects that are currently going on in the utilities department. Again, these are all ones that will carry over if they're not done, but we do, as always, we put the $200,000 in pipeline replacement. That word of mouth has been passed down that we have to do because of a lawsuit settlement. We haven't actually been able to find any documentation on that, but we might as well do it. We do it for well replacement, we do it for sewer line replacement, so this is where we do it for pipeline replacement. Any questions on anything to do with the water sewer account or water sewer fund 81?
No?
Okay, so we're going to move on to Fund 86, which is the collection center. We'll start with the collection center revenue. So this is the revenue that comes from the collection center fees that are on the water bills. And then this is also where we pay Southwest Disposal. So this is also where the garbage revenue comes in as well. So as you can see, they have a pretty robust revenue and actually have a pretty good fund balance. They're going to start the year with $987,000 in fund balance. So we're looking forward to being able to do some improvements out there, especially on their tipping floor, because they do have a substantial amount of cash that hopefully they'll be able to fund that with. Their only other revenue is their investment income. So one source of revenue, but it's a solid one. So moving on to their expenses, they didn't have any new positions, no substantial changes in positions, so that's just their reprojections. And then they did not ask for very many changes. We did give them an increase in some of their maintenance fees to allow them to do some more maintenance on like their tipping floor and stuff like that. We also did a small increase on their contract services. This is where they pay Southwest Disposal out of. So we take that money in and we just turn right around and pay it back to Southwest Disposal on a monthly basis. So really very small increases and then no capital currently charged there. But like I said, they are in design for additional items, additional work on some concrete and on the tipping floor. Any questions on the collection center? Okay, our next one is the Benito Campground. So this is considered an enterprise fund, even though it's not currently open. They're going to start the fiscal year with about $240,000 in cash, most likely. So what was requested here was the bulk of it was contract services to be able to work on some of the designs for some of the improvements that need to be done. This is something that's going to come in front of the commission, I'm sure later in the year, is we never made any plans in 2012 as to how we were going to fund the restoration of the campground. And so, that might be something that we look at with our quality of life money, but there's definitely going to be some decisions that have to be made. So in the meantime, Bindi is working towards using that contract services money to develop those plans to give us solid EOPCs so that we can move forward with, determining how you guys want to fund that. Any questions on Benito Campground? I got the collection center operator, or the collection center page in the wrong. So here's the 5 people that work at the collection center, not at Benito Lake. Okay, golf course. So our first page of the golf course is the golf course revenue. So as you can see, we're projecting decreases on all of the golf course revenue lines. This is because of the irrigation project. We know that the irrigation project is going to cause disruptions. It's just the nature of it. So I did project that there would be some revenue loss from that. And so that's what we're showing on that page. And then we're also showing, in a lot of ways because of that, we are showing an increase in the transfer in from the general fund for the subsidy on the golf course. Any questions on that, on the revenue? Okay. Golf course, we reprojected their salaries and benefits. They've had a lot of change in between different staff, long-term staff leaving, new staff coming in. So there's a lot of changes going on there with those projections. We did work with Mike on this budget. You see that there's a lot of minuses and then there's additional pluses. We were trying to consolidate lines, make things a little bit easier for him so he could see and where he liked where things were. So we took money out of lines, we added money back into lines to try and sort things out and make it a little bit easier for him to look at his budget. And so that's really what we're doing on supplies. And we also did give him some increases. He brought us in some documentation about price increases that he's expecting to see, especially in some of his chemicals and his fertilizer and herbicide. So we did give him some increases based on those. And then, of course, the idea that once the irrigation project is completed, it's going to take some ramping up to get some of that stuff back. Like it's not just a maintenance thing at this point. It's going to be, a ramp up thing. So obviously the contractor is going to do everything in their power to set it back as best they can. But we needed to fund that a little bit more, which we did. We did fund some additional money in contract services, and that goes back to the conversation that we were having earlier about the mechanic. They're in the same situation where they need light mechanic work, and so they'll be contracting out mechanic work as well. So same conversation we were having earlier. And then on their others, we did do some decreases. We looked at their equipment, where they were with that, and we were pretty happy. We moved some money around to tools. We moved some money around to other places. So that's where we are in terms of the golf course on that first page. Are there any questions on that first page with the golf course operations?
When do they expect to have that irrigation taken care of?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Just
I'm not
ballpark.
sure.
October 27th.
October?
October 27th.
It's very
Did you say
precise.
October 27th? Okay, let's not go to the 27th. Let's just say October. That's a little too precise for me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. So the second page is capital, which we don't have any capital in there at this point. And then the next part is kind of our non-departmental. So the part we were talking about before is our golf course maintenance. In this case, we're moving on to our non-departmental. So this is the building maintenance that we do on the 19th hole. And then this also has our golf pro services in it. So as you all are aware, we collect the revenue, Grant collects the revenue, everything comes in, and then he has profit sharing. So he keeps a part of that revenue as part of his profit sharing. We have to, as part of accounting, record that as an expense. So we record all the revenue and then we record the corresponding expense. So this offsets. So that's why we're expecting this amount to go down, is because if the revenue goes down, the amount that his revenue sharing is going to go down. Just it works in that way. So this is how it's budgeted. I know that there's discussions in the future about what to do, but currently this is what we're looking at. And then the next page has the golf course staff. We have 7 staff: superintendent, assistant superintendent, some laborers, irrigation specialists, and maintenance and support. Any questions on the golf course?
So I'm looking at the last line where it says services development. That includes the inventory and the pro shop.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I don't have it on.
No, I just don't, I think you were leaning back, couldn't hear you.
I was just looking at the total cost on the service pro. Does that include the inventory?
No, this is an expense account, and so it doesn't include anything that has to do with inventory. That's something that's an additional expense as part of Grant's operating expense for his job, or for his business. Okay, if there's no more questions on the golf course, we will go to the airport. All right, so the airport, we have our revenues for that. Troy did a really good job looking at these this year. I do want to point out the city lease, I know looks a little weird. It looks like a decrease, but what we did is instead of doing that as a revenue, we did it as a transfer in so that we could show that it was coming, that it was not revenue per se, but it was a transfer in for the leases that the city chooses to pay. So that's why that one looks a little bit different than how it does in FY25. Other than that, the other number to highlight here, the state and federal grants, that's something that Troy and Ronnie are currently working on. I'm sure it won't be done by the end of 2025, so we'll be carrying that money over for the different projects. I know that they're doing some drawdowns, but there's still some planning grants and everything in there. And then obviously the transfer in went up about $67,000 this year, but that again is the trade-off in between showing $77,000 as a transfer in versus revenue. So really the transfer in kind of went down 10. Any questions on the airport revenue? Okay. Airport expenditures. Troy and his staff haven't changed, so most of those are pretty basic. He did not request a lot of changes. Really, the biggest one is in contract services, and a lot of that has to do with carrying over money that that is budgeted once in FY25. And the same thing with the consultants, which has to do with the airport master plan. If it's not completed, it will carry over as well. Everything else was pretty minor adjustments that really ended up canceling themselves out.
It's the workers' comp fee, why is it 436%?
Because it should have been adjusted from the 150 to like 90. So we will correct that. And then on the second page, same thing, they did not have a lot of changes. The only thing that is kind of the biggest change here is that they did have a contingency last year, and we chose not to give them a contingency for this year. Instead, we'll do those adjustments as we need to, as they get the grants and other things that they're looking for. And then the same thing, they had some one-time purchases in FY25 of some equipment that has helped them a lot, and so Troy didn't feel that they needed additional purchases like that in FY26. Any questions on the airport? Okay, and as you can see, Troy is our airport manager. He's on there. He has a light equipment operator, and he has a part-time custodian as well.
Can I just say something real quick on the airport, something that might need to come this way? We met with our consultant, Cheryl. There's a lot of concern about the FAA and the money coming in, and I don't know if Ronnie wants to expand on that. I don't know if that's going to affect future projects or not, but it's a big deal. You know, they're really concerned about the budget for the FAA going away. So it's not affecting us yet, but it could possibly in the future.
Yes, with the traveling mic. So the FAA has lost 1,000 employees, and so that is going to affect us in some way because in our region we have 5 program managers, and we don't know if those 5 are going to stay or they're going to go. So a lot of them took buyouts, and a lot of them just left. So it will affect our FAA grants. So Cheryl from Delta has done a great job of getting everything in right away, our requests in right away. So hopefully we'll be able to keep those grants or keep them coming our way. So that's big, losing 1,000 people out of that program.
Okay. Any further questions on the airport?
Sorry.
Okay, so our next enterprise fund is going to be the Green Tree landfill. This is the one that I said we would definitely talk about when we got to it, and the impact that the fire had. So as you can see, their revenue went up substantially. They got a ton of fire debris, and it really impacted their revenue. So the revenue projections looks like we're projecting substantial decreases in the revenue, but we're not going to have another year like we did in FY25 for revenue. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We definitely don't want that to happen. So we brought those back down to their more original levels, and getting them to where we were happy with them. And so, yes, it does look like a $2.3 million decrease in revenue. Now, the thing that it did is it helped their cash balance, because they are going to probably come into this year with about $4.8 million in cash. The hard part about that is coming in with $4.8 million in cash, they still have to keep about 2.5 of it in reserve. And the other hard part about that is they need a $1.6 million cell. And as Joe Lewandowski told you all the last time he came up here to present, that taking the fire debris was a double-edged sword, because it was great in terms of revenue, but it filled up the cell much quicker than we had planned on. So they had already been working on the design. They continue to work on the design. But as we see when we get into the expenditures, we are budgeting the money for the cell, because it needs to be in there, and we need to put the cash aside for it, because it's going to come. And if you really want to talk about it, you can call Daryl, or you can go out there, and Daryl will tell you all about it, and the shelves and the roads and everything that they're building. So if we look at the expenditures for the landfill, their staff didn't change, so their projections are pretty much just reprojecting stuff. They've had a lot of vacancies, and we're still projecting some vacancy stuff for them, so that's a little bit different. We did decrease their facility maintenance allocation, so that's why their facility maintenance costs decreased. And we did increase their equipment, because it is really hard out there on the equipment, and they are just constantly having to do maintenance on the equipment, having to rent equipment when it's down. So like you can see, their equipment maintenance has gone from $225,000 to $321,000 to $287 so far this year, because it's a lot of work and it's really pushed that hard. So we did give them $500,000 there, hoping to help them next year. Some changes in the services, just moving some things around, making sure that we get our allocations right for the internal services. We are seeing a decrease in the professional services, and that comes from we did hire a contractor to come out with a bulldozer and do some work during the high time of the fire debris, because we didn't have the equipment or the people to keep up. So that's not something that we're going to need to do next year, so we went ahead, we don't have that expense. Equipment rental, we did decrease that. We might have to increase it again, because we do have to rent quite a bit of equipment while things are being repaired from the wear and tear. Any questions on the first page of the landfill?
Oh, we're good.
Okay. Second page of the landfill, again, not a whole lot of changes. On contingency, it's not that we are increasing their contingency. As they use it, we move it out to the lines that they move it to. So far this year, they've used $75,500 of their $100,000 contingency. So we will give them, of course, another $100,000 next year. This is something that's been common throughout the entire life of the landfill. And then, of course, there's that big number there at the bottom, which is the $1.6 million in cell development. So we do have a cell development reserve that we have been putting money away in. It has about $700,000, a little bit over. Talking with Joe, his opinion is he didn't want to pull all of the money out of cell development. So we would be pulling about $400,000 of cash out of cell development So keeping about 300,000 that we would hold for the fact that we're going to need future sales as well. And that's all something that's going to be discussed at the landfill board meeting on Thursday, because it does need to go through that board as well. Any questions on the landfill? Okay. And that's just a list of their positions. They have 8 current budgeted positions. All right. So trust and agency is the only thing that we have left. And we actually only have one fund that has a budget for trust and agency. So that's very easy, very straightforward. It's just the court clearing. We take the fees for drug tests, DWI, judicial education, everything like that, and then we pay it right back out to the state. So it zeroes out. No gain, no loss, nothing like that.
So the big thing is that taking away that automation fee.
Yeah. Okay, so that is our fund overview. So the next part is the gross receipts tax overview. Do you guys want to take a break before that, or you want to keep going?
How much longer do you think it'll be?
15 minutes.
That's what I was thinking. I think we should just keep going.
Okay.
Yes.
Is everybody okay with that?
Keep going.
Okay.
This hand is frozen, this hand isn't. I don't understand it. I just want to, I think we need to go back and review our we need to go back and review our utility bill. That's what we need to do. Yeah, what Crystal just said.
There's no
Commissioner
telling.
Guthrie, sorry.
There's no telling.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, gross receipts
Okay.
tax. So we are still at 8.1750. So our part is 2.3625. The county's is 0.08125, and then of course there's the state enacted tax, of which we get 1.225%. So here is where we are for our 5-year comparison. So actually we've had a really good FY25, because FY25 is the orange line, and you'll see that for most of the months it has been above what we've done for the last couple of fiscal years. FY24 had that correction in January, so it kind of gives you a weird little spike. But so far, everything has looked really good. So it's nice to see the gross receipts tax staying pretty constant and staying pretty good. Obviously, like I said, we didn't project a whole bunch of growth because, you know, it's definitely hard to do. It's hard to tell. But like I said, not bad. Looks pretty good. This is our cannabis gross receipts tax. So this one was really interesting to me. As you can see, FY25 has had a regression under FY24. So we are definitely not seeing as much cannabis as what we saw last fiscal year. And then we have this weird thing that happened in March, where they overpaid us in March, so they underpaid us in April. So now we have this weird little spike. But like I said, not really seeing huge growth or huge returns in the cannabis GRT.
So why do you think that is?
I think the novelty has worn off a little bit.
Yeah, I was
It is what it
thinking-
is. Demand is what it is. Nobody goes and says, "Oh, there's a new dispensary.
Yeah.
Better start."
You know, I can't stand them, but
I
I
know.
was thinking that it's like survival of the fittest.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I think that the chances of a dispensary doing well are in direct proportion of how many spray painted signs they have.
Well, and I'm also wondering, and I'm probably going to get yelled at for this, but I'm wondering how much of it is cash business.
You know, and that,
I mean, it is something to consider, right?
you know, that's the state. I mean, the state, it is regulated, and they have, you know,
Right.
they have cameras, they have a lot of stuff. So, I mean, that's a state regulatory situation. You know, now, I think it'll be interesting because the rate is supposed to go up again. because that's one of the things that's built into the law is that the tax rate keeps climbing. So I will be interested to see when the tax rate climbs, how that goes. This is our internet gross receipts tax. This one has been interesting. So this is on the internet sales. As you can see, it's kind of not having a great FY25. FY23 was definitely the best year. Then FY24, and then FY23 kind of took a little dive. I think some of that also might be people finding workarounds in the system. But that's kind of where we're at with that. And then our one that's performing in all sorts of weird ways is our compensating gross receipts tax. It's just all over the map. And so I don't know if that has to do with the system that's reporting or what. We did not get a payment in October. So then they gave us a much larger payment then in December to make up for not giving us the payment in October. So then they gave us our regular payment in January. TRD had a couple rough
I was going to
there.
say, yeah.
But as you can see, FY24 was kind of funky too.
Back to their
it
old
really
ways.
spikes. Yeah, we did sue them, I mean, for a reason.
I think they're back to their old ways.
So
That's what I'm
Back,
thinking.
back in 28 or 29, 2009, 2010, 2012, we've seen a lot of those spikes like that.
I mean, this to me is just nuts. I'm like, I can't. Now, obviously, the bright green line that starts down the bottom July, that's when it first started. You know, there wasn't anything in July, and then it kind of, but I mean, you look at FY24 and FY25, like, how can you plan off of that? I mean, it's just,
Isn't
it's
the
chaos.
compensating tax, isn't that for like products that are brought
Correct, yeah.
into the
Correct.
community, but you bought elsewhere, and they're
Correct.
supposed to pay the tax on it or
Correct,
something?
yeah.
Yeah.
They're going back to using their little green ledger sheets and.
So, I don't know. So we tried to forecast it. We'll see if we got close.
That's just terrifying.
So that's where we are. Like I said, I'm really happy with our regular gross receipts tax. That's trending really well. Cannabis is kind of in an interesting place. Internet is pretty calm, pretty easy, and compensation's doing something. All right, and then FY 2026 capital process. I will touch on this really quickly. As you saw, we didn't really bring a lot of capital in front of you all. This one, we're moving from an annual process to a quarterly process. So we'll be bringing capital to you as part of the budget on a quarterly level. And that way we can distribute funds to departments quicker and not trying to jam everything into the capital or into the budget process when we're wanting everybody to focus on operating and everything. We're also focusing more on project planning, getting designs, getting things so that we can stop having these projects that we're asking for too little funding or not asking for the right funding. We need to start knowing that when we're going to places asking for funding, we have very solid designs. We met with the DOT a couple weeks ago, and he was like, oh yeah, we got this money and this money and this money, and he was just going on. We're like, great. And he was like, you have designs for all these, right? And we're like, no. And he was like, well, then you can't apply for any of them. So, we have to work on that. We have to start getting things actually shovel ready.
Shovel ready, yeah.
So, but, all right. Anybody have any questions? Anything else they want to discuss budget-wise?
Got one more quick
Yes, sir.
request. On Oregon Avenue, while we're doing the work right there by the tennis courts, I think I've asked about this before, but a constituent had asked me there, but towards the end of the Oregon school area there where it's dirt, like where they're using that as a yard right now, when they're done, could we look at possibly paving a portion of that and turning it into a parking lot for the tennis courts? So I don't know if I grew up right there, so when they have those tournaments, Oregon Avenue gets almost impassable because there's nowhere to park except for on either side of the street. And just if we could find it in the budget and maybe look at doing that.
Where all the pipes and everything is? Is that
Yeah,
you're
where
saying?
they have their yard set up. Because there's like that green space at the end of the tennis courts and then that dirt
You're
area.
hurting Belinda's feelings by taking away green space. Just
Well, not so much
I'm
the,
just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that was.
yeah, not so much the green.
No, that isn't part of the
Yeah.
plan because of the parking right there.
Yeah, not so much the green space portion of
Yeah,
it, but
I know,
the
I'm just
dirt
kidding.
on the end of Oregon School there.
Yeah, and I think that's
The
in
old
Belinda's
soccer
plan.
field, yeah.
But,
You know
yeah.
what we need? We need about 5 times the amount of pickleball courts. That's what we need.
Well, and I'm also thinking about the drainage model that we just looked at the other day, and I was like, I'm pretty sure there's a pond there. But,
Has anybody driven by there when, I mean, well, is there
Place is
ever a
busy.
time they're not full, but
oh, no,
It is
no, it's
insane.
insane. And the amount of,
it's distracting.
the amount of indoor pickle facilities, like when I go out of town, like
It's crazy.
I'm blown away. Fort Worth last year, and I'm like, what is this place? It's like, why is it called the Tickler?
what is
And then it's not
pickleball?
called the Tickler, it's called the Pickler.
Is it
Yeah, I was
It's
like,
like table
Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald
Little like
plays.
tennis.
But it has like a wiffle ball and like smaller rackets.
But seriously, you drive by those pickleball courts,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's
No, they're
distracting.
huge.
There are so many
But
people
see,
there.
but that's what we need to do. We can develop a ton of pickleball courts and we can become like the pickleball destination in New
I'm
Mexico.
telling you.
I think that's
I'm
what Cloudcroft
telling
is
you.
trying to do. Have you seen
I-
Cloudcroft?
She's not exaggerating.
I'm telling you.
Seriously.
Telling you.
They have like their social hour, like they play pickleball and then they
We
all
can
just
have
meet
a
up
big
and they
billboard
have,
with
like,
a big pickle on it.
crafting classes, or I don't even know what they do over there. But
Is
man,
it older
It's
people
just
or
crazy.
younger?
But it's a lot of younger people too. Like it's a thing.
Is it? Huh.
No, yeah, it is.
It's a thing. Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No, yeah, I was with my brother on vacation. We were at a restaurant and they were playing like the pickleball national championship and their stands were full. Like there were people.
No, yeah. My granddaughter, she went out, she was 18 years old, she goes out, she ran like 2 miles every day, and she ran by the pickleball courts, and they invited her to come and play, and she comes home and tells us, man, I played pickleball today, and it was cool, and I'm
she
like,
was probably
okay,
she was
all right."
a pickleball ringer.
Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, it's just crazy.
Oh,
That it?
okay, we'll fix it.
Everybody ready to go home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go home?
Yeah, can we adjourn?
I am so ready. Are we
I'm
done?
done. I have nothing more for you. You have nothing more
Oh,
for me.
yeah. I guess I need a motion, yes.
Well,
Thank
cut
you,
me off
Evelyn.
the stage, huh?
Thank you so much.
Okay,
You're
if
welcome.
there's nothing else,
I have nothing else.
okay. Do
We
I
will
have a
bring it
motion
back
to
on May
adjourn?
28th.
So moved.
Oh, okay, well, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I have a motion from
All of
Commissioner
them.
Burnett. I have a second from Commissioner Reardon. Can we put up the vote, please? Oh, wait, I have to find it first. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Hurry, hit yes. Make it quick. I have to catch a plane.
I'm a yes.
Find it?
Call Troy in the morning. Like, I'm gonna be a couple hours.
Motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned. Yay.